Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the True Crime Addict site of the internet. And today we are gonna watch day 6 of this trial. We have I think we don't have much time to go on with the trial. I think the trial is nearing its end. The defense did rest yesterday, so um w- so we are expected, sorry, just trying to take that thingy out of the screen. So we are expected the defense start their case in chief today. They ended with the defendant quality about if she was going to testify or not. So and we were left hanging because we are not allowed to watch that per justice instruction. Oh, fit is up, let's add that. And so yeah, so today we're gonna do defense case. I think at least 2 to 3 witnesses at least we know about, so we are expected those. Also, I have something. So today again, I have a doctor's appointment at 20 past 6 p.m. my time, which is going to be about 1:20 EST, Florida time, West Virginia time, the time of the court. And I need to leave the house about 5 o'clock to go to a doctor's appointment. I have been waiting for this doctor's appointment for ages. I can't reschedule, sadly, but I'm only going to be gone for about 2 hours. But I will be in chat again as well. Nightbot is going to be in chat as well. Is going to be there with us, chatting it up, make sure that everything is fine. It won't be long. Good morning, Lois. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's a nice chilly day. Day 6 of the trial. It's gonna be a good day. I'm just talking that I have a doctor's appointment later on today. Stream is gonna be up anyway. I will be in chat, me and Nightbot, and then I'll come back and we carry on talking. Um, I do apologize yet again for this, but it's something that I really need to attend is a doctor's appointment. So, yeah. So also, I have something very important to let you guys know. I just need to set up this a little bit, but I finally figured it out how to do the counter the for our verdict watch. I finally figured it out. I just have to tweak a bit this, and then I can show you on stream. It's a bit of work, but it is going to be worth it. So if you check on your top corner of your stream, we have a counter. Hopefully this works. I'm waiting. Okay, I still gonna yeah, I still need to tweak a lot of stuff in terms of the sizes, but that I can always do while we are on stream and everything, and I still need to tweak. But I finally had I could finally add a countdown. I know it is very small at the moment, but bear with me. That I can tweak the sizes and the properties of it and everything. So I just need to tweak a little bit the sizes, but then we can always do that on the fly. It's very easy, very simple to do. I think it should be a little bit bigger now. In a few seconds, there we go. So see, we still like, again, I still need to see if I can change the color to make a little bit more appealing and everything, but that's just like background work. And maybe actually I might do a video on it and then post on Facebook. Sorry, on YouTube. We are on YouTube, not on Facebook. God, yeah. Oh my days. I'm so sorry. Post on YouTube. I know I haven't posted a members video. Yes, my apologies. Just work has been incredibly busy. We have had some big bosses coming up, and do have an audit, and we've been having audits and everything. But I did do a video this morning in the bakery, just to, it's rather quick, but then we can talk about it. I can talk about it, or we can do a stream on it and everything, and then I'll post as a video, and then you guys will know. But I did try to make it work to see if, yeah. Oh, I can turn off the good thing with the discounter, right? I can add and remove from the stage. I was like, I've learned so much today. Today I learned. I am so very happy that finally I managed to work it out how to add the countdown or stopwatch or whatever the name it is to the stream, because it's something that is like I've been really wanting to do, but I was like I can't figure it out, and it is through StreamYard and everything. So I'm using two applications to communicate with each other, and they're actually communicating and talking and then being nice, and they actually, yeah, it's actually working. I am very proud of it. I know it's just a little like stopwatch or anything, but it does make a lot of difference when on we are on verdict watch and everything, and we can just add it and then tweak it and everything. So it is great. So today, let me remove now this thing, because we don't, I don't think we need a stopwatch right now. Let me just remove from here and then stop there. There you go. And then it stop. So yeah, I can. Sorry, I'm just trying to remove the here you go. Remove. There we go. So yeah, so I finally figured it out. That is great. We, for this verdict watch that we, I don't know if we are gonna be in verdict watch today. I think the because the it's gonna be the slow attorney to question the witness. The other one crossed us apparently. Wait, but the other one did cross too. Never mind. That's at least is what he said yesterday during court. He said to the judge as a joke that he crosses and the other guy does the questioning. I don't know what he meant. Anyway, if we get his name is Victor, but I still have to say which one is Victor. Victor is the Polish attorney. So if we get Victor to question him, we might be done today if they only have like three witnesses, or that we know about. If not, we're definitely gonna roll to tomorrow. But I am sure that we will be done. This case will be done by tomorrow. I think, and I hope, because there is a trial that I want to cover on this channel, that a friend of ours, Susan, a subscriber, she recommended to us, and I've been preparing, doing some research right ahead. Yes, you did miss the time. You are 1 second, sorry. Um, welcome, Jed. I don't know who you are. But no, I'm joking. Hello, welcome in. Welcome to the stream, Jed. Um, oh, hello, Nightbot. It's nice to see you here. And people will figure it out which is just your name. But anyway, Nightbot. Nightbot is a bit sicky today, so he's not feeling great. So I'll give him an excuse of doing weird things like he always does. Anyway, I was talking about the trial, the new trial that is starting Monday. I really want to follow that one. We're gonna see if this one is finished. Otherwise, guess what? We're gonna play catch up again. So it's how it works. And the in trial season we have a trial back to back to back, and sometimes they do overlap a little bit, and we sometimes have to do a bit of catch up. But the good thing with me next week is I'm on holiday from my work vacation, so that means that we can catch up and stay a little bit late to make sure we are on point, because I don't want to be too far back. and I don't think we are gonna be, because I don't see this trial going past tomorrow, and I think the judge, it's over and done with, because I don't think he can afford much more chicken. Was it chicken biscuits that he said from Chick-fil-A or something that's going to be the treat for today? So, yeah, I don't think the judge can afford much more. I'm joking. I'm sure he can. Um, but yeah, because he should start sharing those treats, because he always makes us hungry. Court still has 5 minutes to go. I can try to see a bit of my notes, so we can try to go over the notes of yesterday. I don't have much um much notes to go by, because yet again I was too busy with chatting in chat and did not take too many notes. I think today we're gonna have a little bit of a slow day. I hope not, but I'm gonna be able probably to take some more notes, or Nightbot can actually do his job in keeping an eye on the chat so I can take notes. No, I'm joking. That is me and my very bad jokes. I am very relaxed right now because I don't have to think about work for another week. So and work actually has been going really great. I don't know why, but I've been finishing rather early at work. So I work from 5 a.m. to 11:15, and today I finished was, I think, was what, half 10, 10:15 again. So which then leaves me that I don't mind helping my colleagues, don't get me wrong, I love helping others, but I just don't want to go in the chiller and be cold. You know, I like to be warmish in the bakery. And but so I did actually help today a bit on dairy, like to put stuff on the shelves, which was interesting to find out that I don't know where anything is, because this is a new store, right? This store opened like a month ago, almost 2 months ago, and everyone is still figuring out things and learning. There's a lot of new people, which is awesome. But I've never really been on working on the shop floor. I've always been in the bakery. I'm always in the bakery. So I don't really know. So it took me forever to find where products go and everything, which is amazing. And we do have this eternal app that tells us the location of things, but the internet coverage at the place where I work, it's the worst. It's literally we can't go on anything. Like, I don't know what they like. Normally the stores in the UK, I don't know how it works in the US, but you have like a Wi-Fi. You have customer Wi-Fi, and then you have colleagues Wi-Fi. This store doesn't has any Wi-Fi. Like, not even for colleagues or for customers. So it's just very interesting that I don't think, yes, they probably don't want us to use our phones, but it's a bit annoying. So but anyway, me talking about nothing, which day that I'm not talking about nothing. We're just waiting on court to start. It is not going to start on early, because yesterday I did promise. Well, I did not really promise, but I said on chat that if court is early, we'll do a 24-hour live stream. I might have been a little bit too thing of saying that. I don't know. No, I'm joking. I might do it. I might do it. I might not, because the possibility of this court being on time, it's almost zero. We've been on doing this trial for almost a week now. In terms of catching up, it's been almost a week, but they've been on for 6 days. And I don't think not once the court has been on time. So I don't think it is gonna start today. I don't think we have a minute to find out. But if the court starts by any chance on time, I might think about the fact of doing a 24-hour live stream. It will be going crazy, but hey, nothing else is new for you guys. I'm already crazy, so that is great. Um, Again, today, day 6, defense is gonna start trial their case. I'm really interesting. What do you guys think? Let me know in comments, actually, in the chat. Do you think that Natalie is gonna go testify? if she is actually crazy enough to testify in court today. Let me know, because I don't know. She doesn't have to, right? Because it's not a self-defense case. She's not claiming self-defense. She's claiming that she didn't do it. So I wonder, what do you guys think? Do you think that she should? She shouldn't? And if she should, let me know your reason, because I would love to know. Um, but I don't think she is gonna testify. I don't see her testifying being that um unsmart. I don't want to say the other word, because I don't want to call her names or anything. But I don't want to see her. I don't think she's that unsmart to testify. Um, I don't know. It would be epic if she would testify. I am not gonna lie to you. I would love to. Yes, I would be very much excited if she would testify. I would be over the moon. But I don't think she should, because as the Constitution is, the Fifth Amendment, they says that if it is something that is going to incriminate it, you should not really do. Basically, in simple words. So if she's gonna go there and just incriminate herself, that she shouldn't do. But then again, she might want to give her side of the story, which I understand many defendants want, because that's the purpose of the trial. It's, you have the prosecution that is accusing the defendant of something, and then you have the defense team that is trying to convince the others that they didn't, and to give their side of the accounts. And sometimes defendants think it's easier to hear from them than actually witnesses and experts, and they decide to testify. So I don't think, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, but if you guys think of something different, let me know. I would love to hear that she shouldn't testify. I don't think any defendant should testify, because you only can make it worse. It's not going to make it better, because you gonna lose your cool with the prosecution. Because the fact is, when you testify in your own defense on your own trial, apart from civil, obviously in civil you have to testify, that is for sure. I was reading on the other day, on civil cases you have to testify, because especially like the one we just seen, the defamation case, the CNN against Zachary against CNN. You have to testify on a defamation case to tell your stories, basically as if it was a self-defense trial. So in that case, you do have to testify. It's almost as mandatory or legal requirement that you do have to testify to present your case. But apart from that, in like a normal unaliving trial, and not like the self defense, like for example Sarah Boone, you don't have to. You have a choice, and they should make better choices, and not testify, in my opinion. But anyway, we'll see today probably what will happen, if she's gonna testify or not. And they are officially 3 minutes late, so far no live 24-hour live stream. So I don't know if I should be happy or sad about that, but let's pretend that I am very sad. No, I'm joking. I would love to maybe one day to do a 24-hour live stream, and me and Nightbot, we are brainstorming a few things coming up to the channel. Maybe some small little better changes for the better for us, and to make us more let's spread a little bit more about the channel. Oh, actually, I forgot to do something on the see. I knew I was gonna forget one day. There we go. I think I've turned it off. Yes, I've turned it off, the live reaction things, because that thing is I don't like it either, and people have asked me to turn it off, and I do. So I don't know how to make it permanent, apart from every day having to do that. But if I have to do it every day, I'll do it every day. I do have a note on my whiteboard above my desk about that, to turn it off, and I just look at it, and it's right, it says there. So but yeah, so today, Thursday, Oh, I forgot to say today, Thursday, 23rd of January 2025. We are ready for trial. There is a lot going on. There is hearings ongoing for Brian Koberger that's about media access and all that information. I still haven't heard from the mini hearing from yesterday. Apparently, the judge has been saying for them to go in and out a lot of times, the media. So I don't know exactly what's going on about that. There's another hearing today, this afternoon. Well, I think it's afternoon over there, but it is definitely afternoon for me. Not that no, it is in Idaho, 4 p.m. for me. I think it's about 9 a.m. for in Idaho. I am not 100% sure. I hope it is that I'm saying correctly the information. If not, my apologies. Um then there's another hearing going on for Ashley Benefield that she wants to get released on bond while waiting for the appeal to go through. My opinion, I don't think she's gonna get out. She shouldn't. I'm sorry, but she is a convicted and a liver. So why should you get out on parole while you've been convicted of something that's serious? So I think that the judge is going to shut that down as quick as the defense put it up. And I just lost chat, which is great, so give me a second because I'm trying to I think the jury is still eating their chicken sandwiches, or they must be waiting for the chicken sandwiches because court yet again is almost 10 minutes late. I think this is a new thing, and I think we can clearly say that this court will never be on time. The day that the court will be on time will be the day that we all gonna celebrate a lot. Because it's not in terms of the trial next week that I, n- you know what? I never had that because I think it's from Chick Fil A, like a fast food chain in America. I've never heard of. Well, I've heard of chicken sandwiches, but they said chicken biscuits. Ooh, I need to Google that to see how it looks. Chicken um breakfast breakfast sandwich at Chick-fil-A. I need a picture. I know probably the picture that they have on the internet is not probably the, you know, um oh yeah, it's this that they call the spicy chicken biscuit. Oh, that looks nice. That looks very, very nice. I'll need to share this with Nightbot because I think I think that happens sadly, Lois, with every fast food chain. I think they put something in the food. I'm sure that they people get addicted to it. We have I don't know if you have in America we have a chain of it's fast food basically. That is called Wingstops, and the chicken. Oh my days. Me and Nightbot, we cannot go there because we will literally probably eat the whole shop if we could. It's just they have this seasoning. It's called lemon and pepper seasoning, and it is just so good. And the chicken probably is not 100% fresh, but it just tastes this really fresh. Oh, I'm making myself hungry just talking about that chicken, lemon and pepper chicken from Wingstop, and it's just so gorgeous. And then they have fries. There's other spices and another taste that you can have, but me and Nightbot, at least me, mainly me, I am a little bit chicken in terms when it comes to spices. I don't like too spicy. I can't do spicy. I will burst out in flames if I eat anything spicy. So we only have like the plain lemon and pepper version of the chicken, but it's just so good. Like I was saying, they have fries. Is it French fries? And that goes with it exactly with the lemon and pepper thing. Oh my days, it's just gorgeous, delicious, hot. And oh, I'm making everyone hungry probably listening to this, and it's just morning time. We probably just had breakfast, and um yeah, we don't, well, we need to be hungry. Food is always great. So that is one of them. And then we have the typical ones, McDonald's, KFC. um we do have, oh, was it Popeyes? We have Popeyes in over here in the UK, which I really liked it as well. I tried once. And I've seen Taco Bell, but never had it. I want to try. And I've seen another one very popular that I keep forgetting. It's not In and Out. Um, oh, I need to Google fast food chains in America because I need the name, because otherwise, because I still haven't figured it out, the name of the shop I wanted to say yesterday. Fast food USA chains. Oh, top 10. Let's see the top 10. Probably it's like of someone's opinion. It's not In and Out. Talk Wendy's, they say they're gonna go. Arby's, I've heard about it. We have Subway. Oh, Dunkin' Donuts. That's it. Dunkin' Donuts. We have Dunkin' Donuts as well, which, yeah. Me, would you, well, I don't. Morning, Toxic. Good morning. Welcome in, hun. Um, I love fast food. I mean, we can do a test try, and on we can go like to Popeyes and stuff, and like American fast food uh that we have over here. Um and try and do videos about it. It's absolutely Mustang and try watching. So yeah. I hope everyone is warm because it is cold. Like, I was gonna say, but Mustang goes like, "Are we driving somewhere? Are we going anywhere or something?" Yeah, no, definitely. All my days, we definitely have to like. I was thinking, I had an idea this morning of for a logo of having like a bug or something, and then our YouTube name in the middle, like would be the patty, the trial of food. Nightbot. I love that name. You are so smart. Um. Ooh. Oh, how did your walk go? Hopefully, it was a nice walk. I walked today to the freezer and out of the freezer and at work. That's my amount of walking, and I'm gonna be walking down to the car to go to my doctor's appointment later. Food trials. Oh, we should as do a food trial. Ah, I'm actually hungry. I am getting very, very hungry because we haven't had lunch yet, actually, because Nightbot hasn't made food for us yet today. So I think he should be told off, guys, because making a person here and not eat and anything. Ooh, toxic. Sorry, you missed it, but I will show you again what I was able to do. I am very proud of this. And Nightbot can also watch. So, when we are in trial, right? And we want a countdown to see how long the verdict has been and everything. I figured it out how to do it with the systems that I work with. So I just need to type in some information here to make it bigger. Da, da, da. Bear with me one moment. And now we add here. So now, yeah, Nightbot I think is gonna do some lunch when court starts. See, we have a count at the stopwatch on stream. Yay! I am so excited. So I was able to finally figure it out how to do this. It took me, well, I don't want to say how long it took me because I would be a little bit embarrassed on how to say that, how long it took me. But yeah, so yeah, Well, we could. That could be a two idea, but I don't want to like flog the screen with a lot of stuff. But we probably can do a counter. That will probably make me pay more attention and stop chatting so much, and you guys can keep me right in terms of actually do the counters. But if we would do a hum counter for me, man, we would be in the thousands every day because I say so many times. Right. There is, I think I've talked about this before. There's this TV show, How I Met Your Mother, that one of the characters, Robin, she says as well a lot. And there is an episode where the students do a drinking game where every time that she says they have to take a shot. So and then they are completely, very, very, very happy. I don't know if you can say, you know, had one too many. So it's just very funny, and every single time I say, I go back to that scene of that show, and I just get very self-conscious. Nightbot, I will time you out if you carry on putting in chat. Oh no, I'm joking. Well, I'm joking. I might not be joking that I'll time him out, but I notice it is a very bad habit. Oh, sorry, I had to. Um, but it's just not a human counter. Nightbot. It's just yeah, you funny. You are hilarious. It is that because it's so hard not to say it. And now I'm going to be very self conscious and trying not to say. And where is court? 20 minutes almost already late, and it's just not acceptable. No, but um, you have two strikes left. You have one strike already today. One of these days I will time you out for a little bit because no. I do need to stop saying and I will get more self-conscious, and probably with time I will stop saying because it's a getting used to it thing. I've never done this much. Well, I've done this much talking. I talk a lot. Ask Naibot and he can confirm that I do talk a lot, but I've never been used that I have to come up with like topics and everything out of a hat type thing. And now I'm just yeah. I don't know how is the weather in West Virginia. Actually, let me very quickly Google and see if they are, because they could free. Ooh, how much is that Fahrenheit? It's 13 degrees in West Virginia right now. In Fahrenheit, this is because, yep, I do. Ask Naibata. I I talk and I kick and but you know what? He doesn't do it on purpose, but Nightbot bunches me. So I'm asleep, and there are several times that I wake up, and I wake up with a punch to my stomach. It doesn't do by one thing, but um, yeah. So it is 13 degrees in West Virginia, but apparently it's sunny, so and not snowing or anything. So I don't think it should be any issues, but maybe someone is late. Someone probably is late to drawer or the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, biscuit things for the morning treat, or someone is still eating all of them because they must be so good that everyone is eating them. So we're still waiting on court to start. We've I've said before, we are gonna start the defense case in chief. Um, separate. No, I like to hug. I like to hug too much. So no. Oh, are you? Are you gonna make chicken in a second? Oh, pork is back, and I'm gonna hold Nightbot that chicken because I want some food. I'm hungry. me being hungry.
Good morning, all. We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. All parties are present, including the defendant. As counsel is aware, Mr. Selden has been stricken by an illness. He is indisposed today. He may be joining us this afternoon or perhaps tomorrow, but he will not be here this morning for certain. I have to confirm with Ms. Cochran on the record that she is comfortable with going forward with one of her attorneys absent. And I ask you directly, Ms. Cochran, is this agreeable with you? Can you go forward with Mr. Victor handling matters in Mr. Selden's absence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you waive the presence of Mr. Selden, at least for today's purposes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
And I would ask that it be announced to the jury, Your Honor, so the jury will notice the absence of.
Indeed,
of Mr.
I will.
Selden.
I will certainly do that. All right, are there any other matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury?
State would ask that the equipment be turned on. We anticipate using it today.
Let's do that right away.
Thank you. A no-look shot.
I would just like the record to reflect. I do hope the attorney gets better soon, but I am not gonna miss him this morning.
Yes,
I'm
bring in
sorry.
the jury, please.
Okay, while the jury gets in, Nightbot is gonna make some chicken, some buttered chicken that the way I'm gonna eat, and I'm so very excited because I'm hungry now. But we actually heard her talk for the first. I wonder if she's gonna. Oh yeah, toxic, and everybody in chat. If you already done so, great, fantastic. But let me know what you think. If she's gonna testify or not. I don't think she should. I don't think she will. But let me know what you think, because I would like to know your opinion. And if you think she is gonna testify, let me know why as well. I want to know. I'm intrigued. I like to know things. I'm nosy, so I want to know. I got to know. Yeah, we're waiting for the jury to get in. 1 second.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. I hope you enjoyed your chicken biscuits this morning. I got them a little early, and I didn't realize that they might be somewhat cold by the time you were served, but a cold chicken biscuit is better than none, right? Well, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for being here promptly. The weather is not cooperating. It's freezing cold out there, and you folks are great to be here when you're supposed to. You're very patient and very cooperative. I need to explain to you, we don't have Mr. Selden here this morning. He was stricken with a minor illness yesterday evening. He's going to be okay, but he's indisposed right now. He will not be here this morning. He may be able to join us this afternoon if he feels better, and hopefully he will be here tomorrow. So we will miss him, but just put that out of your mind and don't consider his absence at all in terms of the case. And Mr. Victor will certainly take the lead and proceed on behalf of the defendant. All right, we yesterday evening learned that the state had rested their case. And as I explained to you, they completed the presentation of the state's evidence. Now it is the defense turn to present whatever evidence they would care to proceed with. We will start without further ado with the defense case. And I will ask Mr. Victor to please call his first witness.
The defense will call Brianna Hawley.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, if you'll kind of pull that microphone up close, please.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hawley, would you please state your name for the record, please?
It is Brianna Michelle Hawley.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Let me, without any further ado, invite your attention to about 2016 or 2017. What was your profession at that time?
I was a school nurse. I done PRN. I worked at the Beckley VA Medical Center full time, but I did do PRN as a school nurse for Raleigh County Schools.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know her husband, Christopher Davis?
I know who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they had a child. They have a child by, I will just use the initials, GD. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes,
That child was attending school where you were a nurse, right?
correct.
Was this child afflicted with any type of medical problems?
Yes, sir.
What was this child afflicted with?
He had diabetes.
Type 1?
Yes, yes, sir.
Since you were a nurse, it's a pretty serious condition.
Very much so.
Does that require, what does it require, the treatment of it or maintenance of it?
So this particular child had an insulin pump to where you can program and it would automatically give insulin. And to the best of my knowledge at that time, he had a continuous glucose monitor, which is also called a CGM.
Okay.
So as a nurse, I would, monitor, provide insulin based off what he ate, and just monitor his care based off his blood sugar.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Natalie Cochran?
Natalie is my husband's first cousin.
Okay. Was there a time when Ms. Davis asked you, or at least advised you, what to do in case of any problems with her child's diabetes?
Yes, sir. In case that I could never get a hold of Jennifer or Chris, then Natalie could be a backup for any questions, concerns, or anything like that.
Natalie Cochran?
Natalie Cochran, yes, sir.
And would she be, why was she selected to be the backup plan for the Davises?
My understanding is because they were friends and Natalie helped Jennifer during his time of his new diagnosis. because she better understood it and she was, helped with the plan of care.
Could she administer the medication? to this
I
child?
mean, I'm sure she could. It was through an insulin pump. It was not a syringe, but I'm sure she could have.
Okay.
Um,
So she was the person empowered by, well, at least selected by the Davises to be a person who would treat this child or help this child in moment of need as far as his diabetes.
So, I mean, as far as my understanding, yes. It's been so many years ago, I don't know if there is paperwork, but that was my understanding with Jennifer that Natalie could be a backup.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
State has no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Nicole Cochran.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Would you state your name for the record?
Nicole Cochran.
Ms. Cochran, you have to speak up.
Nicole Cochran.
Louder.
Nicole Cochran.
If you could, just scoot up a little bit closer to the mic, and that'll help.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
know her?
She's my mother.
She's your mother. So you've known her all your life.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to invite your attention to, let's say year 2017, somewhere around that area. Who lived in your house at that time?
My mother, my father, myself, and my brother.
Okay. Who is your father?
Michael Cochran.
And I just want you to use the initials only. Who is your brother?
MAC.
Okay. Amazing. How old is he?
He's 17.
So 5 or 6 years ago, he would have been what? 12, 13?
Yes.
What was your mother's job?
She was a pharmacist.
Okay. Where did she work?
She worked at Access Health.
Okay. Was there a time when she quit being a pharmacist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the year?
I believe somewhere between 2016 and 2017, I was in middle school.
Okay. What did your father do for a living?
He worked with technology.
What does that mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
Worked with computers?
Yes.
What was, what was the purpose of working with the computers? Do you know?
Um,
Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did your mother and your father ever establish any business?
Yes.
What type of business or businesses did they have in 2016, 17, 18? Do you know?
Technology Management Solutions and Tactical Solutions Group.
Okay. The first business, what did it deal with? Do you know?
It was a form of federal contracts, I believe, that my father would do for technology purposes.
That your father would do, son?
Yes.
Okay. What type of contracts are we talking about?
I believe they were federal and state.
Okay. What were they doing in plain terms? Buying, selling, what were they doing?
To my knowledge, they were buying technology and reselling them, I believe. But
And
I'm
what?
not,
Speak up.
sorry, I believe that they were buying technology and like reselling them through bids for the government, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Okay. Did you ever witness your father prepare any contracts?
I never saw them, but I always saw him working on his computer, and he would say that that's what he was doing,
Say that he was doing what?
that he was filling out contracts.
Okay. Did your mother do that?
No.
Did your father ever talk to you about his job or his work?
All he would say is that he was doing contracts with the government, but he would never go into too many specifics with me.
Okay. Did you have a nice lifestyle in 2016, 17, 18?
Yes.
Tell us about your lifestyle at that time.
I would say that we were pretty wealthy. In that time frame, my father had just gotten a new car,
Okay.
and we had some new boats.
Some what?
Some new boats.
Boats?
And there was talk about buying a hangar for a plane.
Whose plane was it?
It was Chris Davis's plane, but I believe my father eventually wanted to have his own.
Okay. How about motorcycles? Your father had some, didn't he?
He always had one motorcycle, but during that time, we bought some new ATVs.
Okay, ATV. How about that 65 Cobra that we heard so much about?
Yes, that was his new car.
That was his new car. How many houses did you guys have?
We had one that we resided in, and then my father had bought and renovated a house for Chris Davis's aunt, and then we were putting an offer in on a new house for ourselves in Flat Top.
Okay. Did your father also buy an office?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in Beckley, close towards the park and the Armory, like down that way.
Was life good at that time? Money was pouring in
Financially, yes.
financially. Did you guys take any exotic trips? No, exotic.
We went to Paris, and
Who is we?
my mother, my father, myself, and my brother. I got asked on a school trip, so
Okay.
they all came as well.
Okay. And whenever you talk about your brother, please use the initials, okay? All right. How long did you spend in Paris?
We were there for 2 weeks, I believe.
Did you spend a lot of money there?
Yes, my dad wanted to shop a lot.
Okay. What did he shop for?
He mostly wanted to go to luxury stores,
Such as
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton. Okay. And did you guys go to Hawaii too?
Yes, but that was when I was in 5th grade. So
Oh, okay.
it was years.
Who paid for that, by the way? Like who went? All right, who went to Hawaii?
My mother, my father, myself, and MAC.
Okay. And how long did you stay in Hawaii?
I believe it was a week.
Okay. All right. Did you, in about 2017, 18, 19, did you do some extraordinary things that involved a lot of money?
I would say the new purchases of the cars and the boats and things would be the main circumstances.
Okay. Where was the money coming from? Do you know?
My father always said that it was the contracts, so I just never assumed anything differently.
Okay. I want to ask you something about, well, did your father ever let you know what was happening on his computer, what he was doing? Was he ever telling you what he was working on other than the contracts?
No, he only ever referred to them as the federal and state contracts.
Okay. Was he secretive about it?
With me, yes, I would say.
Okay. I want to ask you about your father's health. Was there a time in 2000, well, from the, let's say 2015, 16, when you were in middle school, how was your father doing health-wise?
He was very agitated and irritated mentally, and he was having a lot of headaches, I would say.
Was he always like that?
No.
No, I'm asking you right now about 2015, 16.
Oh.
Was he normal? Was he abnormal? What?
In that time, he was normal, I would say.
What did he do for fun?
He worked out a lot, and he would participate in like tough man competitions.
He won one, didn't he?
He got 6th place in one at the fair.
Did he pull a tractor one day or something like that?
He pulled a Hummer, like a military vehicle.
In a competition?
Yes.
Did he win?
No. That was the 6th place.
Oh, that was the 6th place. Did he ever want to be a bodybuilder? Or was he a bodybuilder?
I would say that he considered himself to be, but he never participated in competitions such as that.
Oh, he did. Okay. Did he work out a lot?
Yes.
Did he care about his outward appearance, the physique?
Yes, it mattered a lot to him.
How about the image? Did he care about that a lot?
I believe so.
How so?
He would never leave the house without being fully, like, perfect, I would say. And he wanted everyone to think that he was perfect in a sense and strong, I would say.
Okay. Are you familiar with his medication taking?
Yes.
What was he taking his medication for?
Most of what he took was for gaining muscle, like for working out supplements and things.
Okay. What type of medication was he taking? Do you know?
I know that he took steroids, and he took many other supplements, but I don't know the names of the supplements.
Well, tell us how he did that daily. Did he do it daily?
Yes, every morning.
Every morning. How did he do that?
He would lay all of his pills out on the counter, and there would be so many of them that they would just sit in a whole circle, and it looked like the size of a dinner plate. And then he would scoop them handfuls at a time into his mouth and use the sink water to drain them down. And then he would take the steroids as well.
How many pills were there? Just roughly.
Probably around 40 a day.
And you don't know what they were?
No, I remember a lot of them he got from GNC in the mall.
Okay. Where else did he get them from? Do you know?
He said that he ordered his steroids from Mexico. But I don't know the specifics on the other ones.
He never explained anything else about that Mexico.
No, at first he didn't really want my brother and I to know, but we eventually realized what they were, and he told us.
What were those pills?
They were vials of steroids that he would get from Mexico.
And what would he do with that?
He would take them through a dropper, usually in the mornings.
Did he ever inject?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you saw him use the medication orally and, well, use the dropper. And what did he do with the dropper?
He would just put them in. He would put them in his mouth.
Okay. So that would be also oral.
Yes.
Oral. In about 2017, did you start noticing any changes in your father's health?
Yes.
What did you notice?
He was very agitated and angry, more so than not. And he was having a lot of headaches, and he would complain about them frequently. And he wasn't eating as much as he used to.
Did he have back surgery in 2017? Do you remember?
I'm not entirely sure when he had back surgery, but I remember him having it.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital for that? Or was it an outpatient?
For the back surgery, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he like to go to hospitals?
No, he hated them.
What did he tell you about these hospitals?
He considered them to be a waste of his time and that he never wanted to be in one again.
Was there ever a time that he had to go to the hospital in 2018, if you recall?
Yes,
He went there for one day at the end of October 2018.
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what prompted his going to the place where he apparently hated, such as the hospitals?
The doctors, I believe, thought that he had a brain tumor.
Okay.
I'm not sure what led for him to be there, like the
Well,
symptoms.
what did he complain about the time when he first went to the hospital in October of 2018?
I believe it was the headaches
Headaches,
and some dizziness, maybe.
dizziness. Did he ever lose consciousness?
Not in my presence that I'm aware of.
Do you know of him losing consciousness?
I believe it did happen. He got very dizzy and then just got really out of it.
He came back later that day or the next day, but then he had to go to the hospital on November the 2nd, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then?
I believe it was the same thing.
He stayed 5 days in the hospital?
I believe so, yes.
Did you visit him in the hospital?
Yes.
Obviously. What did you observe when you were in the hospital?
He seemed kind of out of it, but he was actually really nice. He said some kind things to my brother and I, because he didn't think he would get another chance to.
Is that what he told you?
He told me that he always appreciated my intelligence and that he never told me that, but he wanted me to know it now just in case he never got to say it again.
Did you take it as a farewell to life for him?
I've always considered that to be kind of like my goodbye.
Okay. But he pulled through and he came home, right?
Yes.
And how did he act and behave after he came back to came back home?
He acted like it never took place, but he was still very angry all the time, and he was still having the same symptoms as before.
Headaches,
Yes, and the dizziness.
dizziness. Did it ever go away?
Not to my knowledge.
In January of 2019, shortly before his death, how did he behave?
He was kind of acting crazy.
All right.
He was very upset and angry all the time.
Okay. Was he forgetful?
Yes.
What would he forget?
Just little things throughout the day, like what he was doing or things like that. The date.
Did he appear to be in any discomfort?
He complained about the headaches a lot, and I believe the irritability was a symptom of his discomfort.
Okay. Did he ever go to sleep and stayed asleep for a long period of time?
He was always asleep before I left for school, and he would sleep in usually.
Okay. Approaching February of 2019, did his condition improve or did it get worse? Or did it stay the same?
I would say as time went by, it continued to worsen.
Tell us how from your own observations.
As I've mentioned, just how agitated and irritable and the headaches, they just continued to increase more and more, it seemed like.
Did anybody in your family suggest that he go back to the hospital or a doctor or seek medical help or advice?
Many around him were concerned for him.
And was there a suggestion that he go to the hospital?
I'm not sure, but I remember several people wanted him to stop taking his steroids.
Oh, was he taking steroids at that time?
Yes,
Still a plate full of steroids?
a plate full of the medications and then the vials of the steroids.
Okay. And he was still receiving some of those steroids from Mexico, I take it?
Yes,
And he was taking those vials with the pills,
yes,
and he still worked out?
yes, pretty frequently.
Could he work out with all those headaches? And
I believe that he still went to the gym, but I don't know the intensity of the workouts as compared to before.
Okay. Was there a time in February, right before February the 6th, that you believe that he felt the worst?
Yes.
What was the was there any new condition, or all the conditions that he had so far worsened? What was happening?
They were worsening, and his appetite was continuing to decrease.
So he wouldn't eat?
He would not eat as much as he used to.
Okay. And yet he took the steroids and whatever substances he was using?
Yes.
Anabolics? Was he ever using anabolics? Do you know?
I'm not really sure what anabolics are.
Okay. Do you know any names of the substances that he was using?
No, but I know what they look like.
Okay. Where did he keep those substances?
Above the place on the counter where he would take his medicine, we had 2 cabinets. We had one that was for all of our prescription meds for the family, and his were in there. And then he had a larger cabinet filled with protein powders, supplements, and the boxes of the steroids.
He had his own cabinet?
Yes.
Did anybody have access to that cabinet?
Yes, we could open it, but we knew not to take any of his things.
You couldn't touch any of his things, right?
Yes, unless he told us we could, like for protein powder or something.
Okay. The day before your father collapsed, how did he feel? Do you recall that day?
He was still feeling all the symptoms, the irritability, the headaches, the dizziness, the lack of appetite. But at that point, it just kind of seemed like a normal thing because he had been feeling them for so long.
Was he forgetful more than usual?
Yes, I would say that continued to happen.
What did he forget then? What did he forget?
He
To
would,
do things? What?
yes, to do things, and he would forget about saying certain things, or I'm trying to remember specifics. Sorry.
Okay.
um,
The day before your father collapsed was also the day when your mother went to a doctor, right?
yes,
What was wrong with your mother?
I believe she was sick.
What was she sick with? Do you know?
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly.
That she was doing what? Speak
Sorry.
up.
I think that she was throwing up, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure.
She wasn't exactly a model of health either, was she?
No,
What was wrong with her?
she had been in like cancer. She had cancer.
Well, did she have any problems with her heart?
Yes,
Was she on some type of device that is attached to her
yes,
to monitor her heart rate and all of that?
yes,
She's still on it until today, isn't she?
yes,
All right. Well, when she had those heart problems, she went to all kinds of doctors, right?
yes,
And there was a suggestion that she might be afflicted with cancer at one point, right?
yes.
Do you know whether she went to Cleveland Clinic for that?
Yes, I believe that was the name of it.
Did they reject her for lack of insurance? Do you know?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. Do you know whether she went to Duke?
Yes,
Okay. and she was seeking cancer treatment from Duke. Is that what?
Yes, they believe she had some type of blood cancer, I think.
Were you concerned about it?
Yes.
And of course you were concerned about it. Well, the day before your father collapsed, she went to a doctor, and what did the doctor do with her? Did he give her any medication? What do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How was your mother acting the day before your father collapsed? How sick was she, to your knowledge?
I believe she was pretty sick.
Okay. You said she was throwing up?
Yes.
Did she have a fever?
I'm not sure
Did
about.
she stay in bed?
Yes, that wasn't uncommon though with the cancer for her.
All right. She was supposed to fly to Virginia the next day, right? Did you know anything about that?
I can't recall.
Okay. How did she feel the next day when you woke up? How did your mother feel the next day?
I believe she was still pretty sick.
Okay. All right. When you came and you went to school that day, right?
Yes.
And your brother also went to school, right?
Yes.
When you came home, who was at your residence?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Okay. Anybody else that you recall?
I believe it was just them when I came home, but I'm not entirely sure.
Did anybody else show up later?
Yes.
Who was that?
Mr. Treadway, Chris Davis came, and then my Aunt Penny, I believe.
Okay. All right. And at 4:00 in the afternoon, the decision was made to do what with your father? Well, let me strike that. Your father was asleep?
Yes.
Did he snore?
Yes.
Okay. That was similar to the first time when he went to the hospital in November, right?
I believe so.
But in November, he woke up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now he's asleep. He's on the couch, right?
Yes.
About 4:00 in the afternoon. Well, what time did you get home, by the way?
We rode the bus, so it was probably around 2:45 and 3.
Okay. And around 4:00, it was decided he was going to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was your father a happy man?
No.
When was the happiest that you ever saw him?
When we had money. When he believed he was going to get paid, I would say.
What was Natalie's reaction after Michael passed away?
She was very distraught.
Would it be a fair statement that Natalie loved Michael with all her heart?
Yes.
Right? That's all the questions I have of this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Cochran, you've had a very tough last few years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you went from trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, to having to move out of your house, that has been very hard on you, hasn't it?
Yes.
In 2019, in February 2019, what grade were you in?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay. And you were how old?
12 or 13.
Okay. Did you always take the bus, or did one of your parents or somebody else take you to school?
Usually my mother would take me to school.
Okay. And then you and your brother would ride the bus home?
It just depended on the day.
So sometimes she would come and pick you up?
Yes.
Is there anybody else that transported you?
Sometimes my babysitters would pick us up from school.
Okay. And what school did your brother go to at that time?
I believe we both went to Shady Middle.
Okay. Have you met with this gentleman right here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Did he interview you? Did he take, what are you going to say? Did he ask you that?
He asked me about questions during that time.
Okay. Did he record anything from you or write anything down? Information you gave him?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, under Rule 612, if the defense has a statement of this witness, we'd like it, please.
All right. Is there a statement, Mr. Victor? Would you confer with your investigator?
No, Your Honor. The only time my investigator talked to the this witness was in our office.
Does he have any notes from that? Okay. You're in middle school and you don't really know what your dad does for a living, but he told you he does something with contracts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom had left her job as a pharmacist. How long before your dad started these contracts?
It was after.
Do you know when your mom stopped working as a pharmacist?
I want to say I was in 7th grade, but I'm not entirely sure.
Fair enough. Do you know what your mom made as a pharmacist?
I know she made good money.
To you, that means what?
I believe it was over $80,000 a year.
And she left that job to do what for a living?
My father asked her to leave her job
To do what?
to stay at home and to assist him, but I never saw her do so.
So she had, as far as you know, she had nothing to do with your dad's businesses. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw her do anything, no.
Okay. And in fairness, you never really saw your dad do anything. He just said to you, I'm working on contracts.
I saw him constantly on his computer and making phone calls.
But you don't know what he was doing.
He told me that they were federal and state contracts.
Okay. And he said, I'm federal and state contracts. What did he say to you?
I am working on contracts.
I am working on contracts. And how many times did he tell you that?
He did it every day.
How many times did he tell you he did that?
Anytime I asked.
How many times did you ask him?
Frequently.
Frequently. Okay. So you're intimately involved with your dad's conversations over his contracts. You don't know what he does for a living, but you know about him doing contracts. And your mom had nothing to do with that business as far as you know. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in college now?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Concord University.
What year are you?
It's my second year, but I'm considered a junior.
Okay. Well, your intelligence has been noted, so you're ahead of some of your incoming freshman class. What's your concentration? What's your major?
Accounting and finance.
Do you stress out over finals, or are you just so ahead of the game that that doesn't bother you at all?
I know how to study, so I just make sure I have enough time to do so.
Okay. You know some of your friends that don't take that approach and maybe get a little uneasy around finals time?
My friends are pretty similar to me, I would say.
So you wouldn't know anything about stress of finals or any of that stuff?
I understand stress, but I don't stress over finals usually.
Okay. You understand stress. Would it be fair to say that your dad was acting like a man who was under stress when you answered defense questions about how he was doing and feeling?
I would consider him agitated. Yes.
Agitated. Under stress?
I don't know the cause of the agitation.
Okay, fair enough. You went to school on the date that your dad collapsed at the normal time?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, what would the normal time be?
We would normally get to school around 7:15.
And from your house on 4H Lake Road to the school, how many minutes on a normal day would that be?
Probably 25 with school traffic.
Yeah, that'd actually be pretty good. So you left your house at 10 to 7, something like that? Would that be about the normal time you would do that?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And on the 6th of February, 2019, which is the date your dad collapsed, your mom took you to school, correct?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Somehow you got there. You don't quite remember. That was a long time ago. But you don't remember when you got there, but you did get to school. Yes?
Yes.
And you returned on the bus, and it's about, you don't specifically remember that day, but it was about 2:45. Is that right?
Likely, yes.
Okay. When you got to your house, where was your dad physically at that time?
He was on the couch.
And your mom was there, and who else was there when you got home from school?
My mother and the Hamiltons.
Both Hamiltons.
John and Stephanie, yes.
Okay. And did they stay for the rest of the evening, or did they leave shortly after you got home?
I believe they were there for a little while, but I'm not entirely sure on the specifics.
Fair enough. Who's Penny Carrico?
She's my aunt.
Did you call her that day and say, hey, we need some help?
I don't really remember that.
Okay. At some point, Penny Carrico came to your house, correct?
Yes,
This is not designed in any way to embarrass you, but were you present when your dad lost control of his bladder? Or had that already happened by the time you got there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you help change your dad's clothes or anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
That's fine. You indicated that about 4 o'clock they took your dad to the hospital. Is that what you remember?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. If there's some information that it was actually a couple hours later than that, would you dispute that?
I wasn't very concerned with the time during that time.
Sure. Did Chris Davis come over to your house before they took your dad to the hospital?
I remember him being there, but I don't remember what time.
Who took care of you and your brother when your folks went to the hospital that day?
I don't remember that day who took us specifically, but I remember while he was in the hospital, we stayed with both of my grandparents on different circumstances and my aunt, I believe.
Same one we were talking about, Ms. Carrico?
Yes.
Were you present at your house when somebody decided we've got to take your dad to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you remember who else was in your house besides your mom and dad? You? Were the Hamiltons still there?
I remember many people were there, but I don't remember if they were still there or not.
Okay. You indicated Mr. Treadway was there.
I believe so, yes.
Were you actually present when your dad was taken to a car and they went to the hospital, or had you already left by then?
I think I was present.
Okay. Let's go back briefly to your dad's business, or what you describe as your dad's business. You know what his end of the was, but as far as you know, your mom had nothing to do with it. Is that what you understand?
Yes.
And so if there were bunches of messages where your mom was telling people, here's what's going on with the business, here's when you're going to get paid, can you invest in this, can you invest, those types of, you would know nothing about that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could I have just a moment, please, Ron?
Sure.
Who's that? What's your grandma or your mom's name?
Daphne.
What's her last name? I'm sorry.
Daphne Jessup.
Okay. Did she come over to your house that day while you were there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know if your mom communicated with her by phone or text or anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So if a message went from your mom to your grandma that said, Nick and I are enjoying a little girl couch time at about 4:00 that evening, you wouldn't know anything about that?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember enjoying some girl time with your mom at 4:00 on February the 6th, 2019?
We both sat with my father. Yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
May confer with counsel.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, redirect Ms. Bickler.
In 2019, how old were you? Just give us some good math.
13, I believe.
On February the 6th, when your father was unconscious, I presume, or sleeping, or has already fell on the ground, were you concerned about who was in the house?
Not really.
Were you concerned about your father?
Yes.
Now, prosecutor asked you about asking your dad about the contracts or what he was doing. Would you agree with me that your father sometimes paid less attention to you than your brother?
Yes.
Would you say that you were perhaps that you were starved for his attention?
Yes.
And you wanted his attention by asking him first what the heck he was doing, right?
Yes.
But he never really took the bait and never really talked to you about anything else other than giving you the answer, I'm working on the contracts, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Can I ask one more?
Sure, go ahead.
I should have asked you this before, and I'm sorry, but you indicated that your dad was his happiest when he was getting money. Wouldn't it be when he thought he was going to get some money?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. You indicated that your dad was at his happiest when he was getting some money. Is that what you remember saying?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also happy when he thought he was going to be getting some money?
Yes.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Bickler?
For a 13-year-old, did you understand the word investors?
Vaguely, I would say.
Did your father ever use that word, investors?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the investors, if you remember?
He would never say it to me directly, but he would just talk about paying the investors.
Paying the investor.
Yes,
Okay. And even though you're now a future accounting genius, did you understand what he meant by that?
I would say fairly well, yes.
Well, what did you understand by that? Then,
That there were individuals investing in the company and he needed to pay them back.
okay. Did you ever see any documents that your father would show you? The company documents, the spreadsheets, anything that had to do with income and outlay of money.
I had seen him working on a spreadsheet, but I wasn't told what it was.
Okay. You don't remember the details, what was on those spreadsheets.
No, I wasn't allowed to really see a lot.
Why weren't you allowed to see?
We just didn't get along.
Your father wouldn't let you see what he was working on.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
So far as the state's concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down, Ms. Cochran. You are excused. Members of the jury, this is an opportune time for us to take our mid-morning break, and we will do so. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please refrain from viewing, listening, or watching any accounts of this trial. And we'll break for about 10 or 15 minutes. You may go with the bailiff.
Oh my days, I have so much to say about this testimony that she said, especially this last part. But let's see if the judge has anything to do with the attorneys after the jury gets out. But my days, I have so much to share, and that I don't think 15 minutes will be enough to cover it
Let
all.
me inquire of the defense if the next witness might be the juvenile. Okay,
I anticipate calling Penny Carico.
all right. Can you alert me so that I can alert the media as to when the juvenile might be called?
Certainly, sir.
And for the benefit of the media folks in the back, we do have a juvenile witness that is slated to testify, and I don't want his face portrayed or shown on camera or on screen. And I don't know whether you have the ability to blur that out or not. If you can, please do that. If you can't do that, please show something else on screen. Audio is okay, but I just don't want his face to be portrayed. Are we squared away on that? Okay.
I believe I'll have enough witnesses prior to lunch. So
it'll be about 1 o'clock.
So that would be the case, and so the media would have enough time to perhaps focus on some other area of the case.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes.
Unmute yourself, guy. Yeah. Court is on a break for the next 10 to 15 minutes. We need to dissect this witness. And when I mean to dissect, we need to talk about every aspect of what she says. And I'm going to be controversial, and start from the end, because she literally just finished her testimony, right, by saying, I wasn't allowed to see what Dad was working on. Kind of something like that. Don't quote me on this. I mean, I'm sorry, but if I had a 13-year-old and I had federal contracts and state contracts, I would not let my 13-year-old or 14-year-old or 12-year-old or any age for that matter to see what I was working on. It's nothing of her business. She is 13. She should be worried about playing with Barbies or makeups or something else. Why does she want to look at federal contracts that she doesn't have a clue on? If it was at her age that she is today, fair enough. I'll let her have that. But at 13, a girl worry about girl stuff, Barbies, makeups, whatever 13-year-olds care about. Certainly, they don't care about boring federal contracts about whatever their technology company would do or say. So I don't understand that. And then again, I never met a 13-year-old or 12-year-old that was so interested in their dad's life. Because I'm sorry, at that age, they don't care about parents or dad. They just like, ew, I don't want to talk to you, dad. It's you so embarrassing. That's how basically kids react these days. So I don't believe that when she was 12 years old or 13 or 14 or whatever old she was, because she was confused on that matter. Um she was interested on how many tablets or pills or medicine dad was taking, how many vials of steroids dad was doing or taking. Because you're not going to tell me that you knew exactly that was steroids. How did she know? Did she test it? Did she go to the lab and test it then and said that was steroids? For all she know, it could be insulin, it could be what's the name of the other fluid, could be water, could be anything. How does she know it was steroid? Did she read the label? Where's that testimony that says she's read the label? And then it's like, especially with the mentality that they had at that time, right? She was talking about the trips to Paris, to Hawaii, to having to buy a shopping spree in Paris, the cars and the boat. I think a 13 or 12, 13-year-old at that time with that kind of lavish lifestyle that they were having, she would be more worried about makeups and getting the latest brand clothing and stuff like that. Not worried about asking that, so are you going to buy a plane hanger today, Dad? Or are you going to buy a motorcycle or a boat or whatever? She wouldn't care. I don't think any kid would care about that. They would care about themselves. And it's just, and then the thing is, she was like talking about the amount of pills. Was she counting the pills? Was, I think, 100% sure is that she was coached and that she has heard about this testimony. And then I did not believe her, because I'm sorry, but how can a 12, 13-year-old know so much about their parents' life? And when I was that age, I barely knew what my mom was working at. I know she was cleaning offices, I think, but it doesn't make sense in my mind that a 12, 13-year-old knew that much more about her parents. And then the thing is, like, she was saying that the mom didn't had anything to do with the business, but yet was the mom that was contacting the bank guy to open the accounts and to have the check bouncing. Not the dad, was the mom that was writing the checks. So where's that testimony? Where's that information coming? Where's that information? Because if dad was the one that working on the contracts and so on and so forth, why was the mom then opening the accounts and faking opening in the accounts and then faking illnesses to cancel the meetings because they needed a wet signature and couldn't be an electronic signature? She didn't want to tell Michael that they had to travel to open the accounts that she said it was already open, but forgot the fact that you need a wet signature for that case. So I can't believe her testimony. It's creating me think that she is on her mom's side. That's clear. That's obvious that she's 100% on her mom's side. That she was coached by the defense team to testify on those lies and whatever happened. And that she, at 13 years old, she was doing way too much for 13-year-old. I'm sorry, but I couldn't get my son interested in learning a language. How can a 13, and at that time he was 7, 8 years old, and you telling me that at 12, 13 wanted to know about federal documents and state documents about dad's work? Ah, no way. I'm sorry. I did not like her. I'm sorry. I feel bad for what happened to her. It's very sad. It's horrible. She's scarred for life. I mean, she's gonna be the Ponzi scheme girl, daughter of Michael and Natalie, and she's gonna be always rethinking of what she had and what she lost, and scarred by having to testify on the unaliving trial of her dad and everything. And it's gonna be hard, and I feel sorry for her, and I hope her life does improve. But that way that it is, it did not end up very well for me. Nah, I don't think she was believable, that she came forward to as believable, because then on a cross, right, they talked about how old she was, and then she knew how much money her mom would make on a pharmacy job. And at that age, I did not know how much my mom would know, and I would even care. I just wanted to spend my mom's money, not knowing how much she made, and I was not cared about that. It was not was not of my concern. And well, I thought I had more important things at that time in my life than caring about what my mom makes. But and then the thing is, it's like, I guess everyone is different, and not everyone feels stress like everybody or anxiety like everybody. But finals at college or in school, they're always stressful, because you're stressed about the grades, that you need this grade to get into a college, especially if you want to be an accountant and finance person. You have to have certain grades to go on those kind of courses. It's not just about anybody that goes into those courses. You have to have a certain GPA and a certain SAT scores and everything to be able to progress. And she's telling the court, telling us that she's not worried about that. Oh no, uh, I am stressed just getting up from bed to make sure that I am on time to go to work. But she's not stressed about school finals and everything. I understand, again, yes, everybody's different, blah blah blah, but come on, not telling me that you're not stressed about school, because every kid is stressed about school, especially, sadly, sorry Americans, especially in America, that you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we even saw that yesterday. That was yet another school incident in Nashville. So just because of that, kids are stressed through the roof. And you telling me that she is not stressed. And don't tell me that is because she was in a private school, because sadly last year, at the end of the year, we saw what happened at a private school, Catholic private school. So that goes to say a lot of stuff. So I did not believe her. And no. Then doing the direct examination, when the defense was asking her questions, because this was a defense witness, she remembered everything. She knew everything. Was right, left, right, center, question, answer, boom, boom. She was on it. She was on a go. Cross started. Oh, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't know. I was too young. Like, girl, I'm sorry, but no, that doesn't work. It didn't She did not come across very, very much. It's just, it's just incredible to me how, like, she was good. She, like, portrayed herself good. You can see that Natalie and Michael did a good job raising her. She was very cordial, very thing, but she was not even looking at one point to the prosecutor, because I don't think she likes him very much. Understandable why. He's accusing her mom of unaliving her dad, which is never a good thing. I mean, it's a lot of trauma. And then again, she has all of this going on, losing her dad the way that she did, that her mom being indicted and not being indicted, and then being indicted again, and then court stuff with the Ponzi scheme that I'm sure she was involved in that too, in terms of going to the trial, or she is the family, so she was affected by that. And now the unaliving trial is ongoing, and the mom is in prison, and you telling me that she doesn't have stress about that, she doesn't have anxiety about that? I would be a nutcase if it was me. If it was me, I would probably be curled up in bed rocking backwards and forwards if it was me in that situation. Even like in my daily life, I'm rocking backwards and forwards in bed because of whatever is going on in my personal life, and she is not, with everything that she's going. Again, I understand that people are different. I understand that people react to things completely different, but there are certain things that everyone reacts to, and you can't tell me that you don't have stress. Everyone has stress. I don't know anyone that has told me, "Oh, I am not stressed today," or "I'm not feeling anxious today," or this or that. So for she testifying in court that she is not stressed, on a record under the oath that everyone has to take when they're testifying, I don't believe her one bit. I'm sorry, but I don't. It's just crazy. It's just wild to me that she said that. We did had another witness, true, but that witness was so quick that she didn't even had a cross from the prosecution. So, and it wasn't not as bombastic as Nicole Cochran, the daughter of Natalie and Michael. They did speak about the brother. I am very curious about the brother's testimony, because if he's 17 now, I mean, but then and then that's the other thing, right? He's 17 now. 2019, that was 6 years ago, right? I did the math on a calculator, and then 6 years ago, it would have been about 11 years old. So she's 20. They have 3 years difference. So she was about 14 years old in 2019. So that goes according to my math, and that is correct. And we're not gonna. I don't know. I did not catch when are we gonna listen from him, but we are gonna listen from him this morning. We're not gonna see him because he's a juvenile, still 17 years old. So we're not gonna see him. But I am interested very much in this testimony, because he either is gonna be on his mom's side as well as his sister, as the daughter of Natalie, or he's gonna be against. And I'm interested in knowing if he's going to collaborate. If it is in on the defense list, he probably is on the mom's side, because if he wasn't, probably the prosecution would have grabbed that and have him testifying for the prosecution side and not for the defense. But I'm really interested to see if he remembers so well, has his sister remembered that the dad was working on contracts and she knew federal contracts, the difference between federal and state. I did not know that. True, I'm not American, but still, many people that probably don't know anything about contracts and all of that, and as well about she was talking about oh the events that he did as a bodybuilder, and did not she knew. How can you at 12? I did not know what a bodybuilder was at 12, 13 years old. So it was very interesting. I again did not believe her at all. I just can't. I just cannot fathom to s- to believe her, and I am sorry. I just need to check something. I need to see how long ago court went to trial. I'm just okay. We've been more than 15 minutes. So, because I'm still tracking, I did not track the time. I'm still tracking if the court is on time or not, too, because of the 24-hour live stream. But yeah, so apparently defense says they have witnesses up until lunch hour, until 1 o'clock. does that mean are they resting today too? Because when the day started, the state said they did had a witness, maybe for the rebuttal case. So we might, well, I think they might going to be ending earlier, or they might dismiss the jury earlier today, sending the jury home early today, and then work on the jury instructions this afternoon. And then tomorrow morning we'll have closings, and then verdict watch. That's my assumption, because I don't think if off camera they have worked on jury instructions or not, or they are already stipulated in West Virginia, set, and you cannot change. Because the thing is, sadly, you guys know that we have the Discord server and everything that has documents and information about court cases and everything. Sadly, this is one of those cases that we don't have access to the court system to get to the documents and information about the case. So we are navigating completely blind. And I think another side note with this lady on the screen, I think she is the mom of Michael, because I saw a picture of Michael Cochran the other day for the first time on the winterwebs when I was researching stuff, and I found a picture of him, and they look very, very similar. The mom and Michael, not so much the dad. So probably is the dad or not. I am not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that, anyways. Don't quote me on anything, because no one wants to listen from me anyway. But yeah, so that was an interesting like first part of the court. Don't forget again, I will probably be gone during lunchtime, but I'll be in chat and a little bit maybe of testimony. Hopefully not too much. I'm not gonna lose too much, because I do have a doctor's appointment this afternoon. Well, it's more evening for me, but this afternoon for you guys. Um, and I need to attend. I'll be in chat. I'll try to still talk if there's like gaps and everything, because I will have my headphones connected to my phone, and I will be as a guest in a way to the stream. I do have to remove this so I'm able to get in again, get in as a guest. So yeah, I'll be able to talk to you guys, to chat about whatever is going on. Oh, the daughter, see, the daughter is with the ginger girl. I need to figure it out who that ginger girl is, because I can't, because I'm sure that the lady in the red, I think that's Daphne, the grandmother. And I think the one in the suit and tie with the glasses, the young lad, that's AMC, the son. I don't know why he's being shown on camera, but we are not sure that he is assistant. Well, they probably have money. I think it might be a cousin or something. I don't know why we're focusing on the, yeah. It might be cousins or friends, but the friends would be more time in court without her, because she wasn't there earlier in the week. The ginger girl was. But I don't know. I'm just intrigued. Why are we focusing on these people? I want to know who they are. And we know that she's the daughter. And I think this is the grandmother, Daphne, that she was mentioned in the daughter's Nicole testimony. So I'm just interested. I'm just nosy, you know. You just gotta be nosy and wanting to know things that probably you're not. Yeah. So yeah. So just trying to learn. I'm just getting notification of things that is happening in court that are. So oh yeah, I did put that message earlier. I don't know if you guys saw, but I need to tell this. There is almost 100% sure, I can say 99.9999% that Natalie Cochran, she is going to testify in her own defense. I saw that on the on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, from Katia Ruson. She is the lady in the Law and Crime Network that she's a very believable source. I think more often than not, she is correct about what she's saying because she has access to those stuff, I think. So it is very good to know that we are probably going to hear from Natalie herself today, because I think the defense doesn't have that big of a case. They have expert witnesses, yes, coming, but we're getting through witnesses very quickly. So it is very, very interesting to know that this is going to happen today. And I am so very excited. I just hope that she doesn't testify while I'm in my doctor's appointment. But knowing that it's me and knowing my life, definitely is going to happen. I'm almost 100% sure that at the time that the doctor calls me for my doctor's appointment, it's going to be the time that Natalie will take the stand. So at least you guys know that she might take the stand about lunchtime, after lunchtime. Well, the attorney did say that it is going to probably be finished by 1 o'clock. So probably I might be wrong. I would love to be wrong. And I also would love that the lunchtime would be at 1 o'clock and not at 12. Because that would help us the stream a lot. Court is coming back, judge is here, and I'm gonna shut up.
All right, do we have any matters to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, based upon our off-the-record discussion in the court's office, the state was under the impression that they were going to try and move Dr. Dragovich's testimony from tomorrow to Monday. That's the state's
I didn't want
understanding.
to alert the jury to that fact right away.
That's all.
I did not want a mutiny on our hands.
Well,
So we're going to wait and see what happens. We might have Stanley Selden appear suddenly this afternoon, and he may have different ideas.
thank you.
We'll see what develops. And we still have a lot of witnesses to cover today. We may run over till tomorrow. I've learned never to anticipate. All right, anything else?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury.
This was not what I wanted to hear, Judge. We have commitments on Monday, Judge. We can't be putting up with Natalie for more than 6 days. So, I think my theory of this case being done tomorrow has gone through the window. And I'm wrong. Did say that I was wrong very often, but no one believed me. So this case might overlap to Monday, and we might be catching up to yet another trial, the call-in trial starting on Monday, but we'll be okay. We can do a long day. We can do this. I'm just not happy because we're gonna have to waste the weekend with Natalie in the mind. Anyway, but we might be done then by Monday. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And hey, on Monday you get Nightbot, so that's cool. That's very good. I will try to be in chat, but I will be in court on Monday, so that might be a little bit harder because I don't know how the rules here in the UK do work when it comes to having your phone in court and all that stuff. It's going to be a whole new learning experience in car.
All right, we continue with the defendant's case. You may call your next witness, Mr. Victor.
I'd like to call Penny Carrico.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat there.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Penny Lowry.
All right. That's what I was going to ask you. Were you known at some point as Penny Carrico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're one and the same person.
Yes,
Okay. Lowry is your married name, ma'am?
it is.
Okay. I want to ask you whether you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
I do.
How do you know Natalie?
I'm her older sister.
Then I presume you know her late husband, or you knew her late husband, Michael Cochran,
Absolutely, yes.
and their children.
Yes.
How well did you know Penny? Penny, geez, how long did you know Natalie?
Oh, I mean, she's, my whole life. I was 12 years old, I think, when she was born.
Okay. She is Natalie Page, right?
Correct.
And you're Penny. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Did you maintain very close contact with Natalie and her family?
Yes.
12 year
Yes.
Did you socialize other than in family settings?
Yes.
What would you do?
They've been on vacation with me before. I mean, we'd do dinners, we'd go to their house, we'd been at the beach, things like that.
Normal family things,
Oh, yes, absolutely.
and then additional vacations, outings,
Yes.
going out. All right.
My daughter went a lot of places with them.
Okay. Let me cut to the chase. Did you know that Michael Cochran was using any substances?
Yes.
What kind of substances was he using?
I don't really know what they were, but he had a lot of things in cabinets and on the counter and stuff. He took stuff. I usually saw him take them in the mornings when I was there.
What was he using those substances for?
To be buffer, bigger, to be stronger.
Why did he want to be stronger or buffer?
He just wanted to, he fought in tough man contests and that's just the way he liked to be. But he fought in the tough man contest and things like that.
Did he care about his physical appearance?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And was he trying to be an athlete? Is that what it was?
I don't know so much an athlete as he just wanted to look that way.
How about a bodybuilder?
I don't know if I would call it that. He wanted his body to look that way, but I don't know that he wanted to be a bodybuilder, but he did like fighting, like kickboxing, things like that.
Okay. How long did you observe Michael Cochran take all these substances?
Years. It'd been years since I've known, since they were together.
Have you ever been able to determine what these substances were?
No, sir. I never asked him. I would just say, please stop. And he'd just, laugh at me.
How frequently did you observe Michael and these substances?
I've known him. I guess I've known him since they've been together, since they were in high school. So it was often, but I don't really have an amount of time. But it was several times.
How many pills? Pills were those pills that he was taking?
Pills, and I remember him doing mixing a bunch of stuff to drink and powders and things along those lines.
Did he also inject anything?
I only saw that one time, and they were at the beach with us. And I came out of my bedroom and he was in the kitchen. And I can remember the kids they were young enough, they slept together on the sofa bed. And I was sitting on their bed and he was in the kitchen. I saw him do an injection.
Did you ever see him take insulin?
I don't know what he took.
Okay.
I mean, if that was one of the things I wouldn't know. I didn't know the names of any of this stuff.
Okay. Whatever was he telling you about all these substances?
He really never told me anything. I said, you please stop that. You've got to stop that. It's not good for you. And he would just he would always just laugh and, say, "Oh, you're retarded, Penny. It's okay." Or, and one time I told my nephew, I said, "Please don't ever do that, what your dad's doing." And he would laugh at me. I mean, he wanted to be strong.
Okay. How many pills at a time?
I couldn't tell
did you say?
you.
Well, you said that he laid out something on.
Yeah, well, he had a whole counter full of stuff in a cabinet, and I mean, there was a lot. I don't know how much he took at once, or I mean, I just saw the times that I was there. Usually, when I saw him was in the mornings.
Do you know where these pills came from?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ever see any packages delivered to their house, or
I've seen packages delivered to their house, but I couldn't tell you what were
Okay.
in them.
Then you don't know whether these were the pills
No.
or anything.
No.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you whether you observe Michael's health over the last, say, 3 years of his life.
Have I observed it?
Have you observed his demeanor, his health, his general appearance?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about it. Starting, say, in 2017, when he had, well, I understand he had a back surgery.
A back surgery?
Right.
I don't even really recall that. I know that there was a time he got really sick, and we thought it might be mold because he'd worked under the house. They have an older house, and he'd worked in some old houses, and he would tell me that he was just dizzy and felt foggy all the time, or that he just couldn't think. And then the same way I observed him during, when he passed away, he had done that before, and I had seen him in the hospital. I mean, he would throw up, and what I thought, I would just be speculating, but I thought looked more like seizure activity.
Okay. Did you ever see him on these occasions that you mentioned when he went to the hospital? I presume that was in October and November 2018.
I can't remember the dates, but I think so, yes.
And then in February of 2019.
Yes.
Did you ever see him sick on any other occasions?
Not anything that was abnormal. He was sick, or he would say he felt bad, or but typically what I would consider myself sick, he would have days that he would be throwing up or things like that. But the main occasion was that one in October and November.
Did his health improve, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Tell us about, say, right before he went to the hospital in November of 2018. What did you observe of him?
Just that I really thought something was wrong with their house, because the kids even had like a lot of runny noses and stuff. But he would just say, he couldn't think clear. He wouldn't remember things. And I'd say, "What do you remember?" I would say, "I don't know." We'd be talking about something. I'd say, "Well, it's this." He said, "I couldn't think of it." Or, and he just seemed different. He would get angrier, and we just thought he had a lot of mold poisoning.
When he came out of the hospital in November 2018, what was he like? How did he act?
He came through, and he seemed like he was going to be fine. He was like he was before. He was just himself. The same way. He was still foggy, and I told him, I said, "You've got to quit taking this stuff."
Okay, and and what was his response? Retarded Penny? Is that what he said?
No, not that time. He had before. He'd always laugh at me and just say, "Oh, Penny," And I don't even remember what he said that time, because I'd say it to him a lot. I'd say, "You've got to stop." And I didn't want Ashton, his son, to start that habit of.
Let's use the initials for
Sorry.
The son. Well, did he ever? Well, when he came out of the hospital, did he express his liking or disliking hospitals?
He was mad. He told me, he said, "If you ever do that to me again, if any of you all ever do that to me again," he said, "I will be furious with you. I'll never forgive you." He said, "I do not want to wake up again in a hospital."
Okay. Did you ever observe him work on any contracts or anything in his business? Do you have any knowledge of that?
I mean, I knew they did contracts. I didn't see him like sitting at a desk working on them, but we had talked about them some.
Well, what did he tell you about his work?
The conversations that I can remember with him, I remember one time we were at his son's football practice, and I was a principal at a school at a time, and I said, if things keep going well, would you consider donating some, he liked, physical activity. I said, would you consider donating some stuff to my school? And he said, yeah. He said, why don't you do some of these too? He said, there's a lot of educational ones we can help you find, and you can work on them as well. And there were a few times he had signed checks to give to me that when when they owed me money.
Did he ever tell you anything about being a gun dealer?
I don't know that he told me, but I knew they were.
Well, what did he tell you?
I don't know how I knew or if he told me, but I just know they had gotten the license to deal with arms, and then they started that business. Well, they bought a location, and then they started fixing that up for, I think he called it Tactical Solutions.
Did he ever tell you that he sold many guns to the government?
I don't recall if he told me that.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he dealt with the government?
Yes.
And what do you recall him saying?
Just that they were doing government contracts, that was, that's what they were doing now, and that was their, that was their job, basically. He just told me that's what they were doing.
Okay. Tell us about, did you know anything about their financial situation?
What do you mean exactly?
How did they live? Did they live modestly? Did they live in luxury? How did they live?
I would say between modest and luxury. I wouldn't call it luxurious, but they lived, I felt, better than I did. But,
Okay.
They got to do a lot of things. They had a nice home. They had nice vehicles. I didn't know their financial status per se. I never asked, but they lived well.
Well, they buying any boats or anything like that? Do you know anything about that?
They were going to. I think they looked at a boat or were going to buy a boat. I'm not sure if they ended up doing that, but they were buying some things, yes.
He had plenty of motorcycles, from what I remember.
I remember one motorcycle. I don't know how many he had. And he had a sports car and a truck.
How about did they buy any other properties?
Well, they bought the business. I think it was I call it Eisenhower. They bought a building there. I think they had, best I can remember, they bought a home that they were renting to someone, and then they were looking to buy a house at Flat Top Lake, but I don't think they ever did.
How about there was some talk about helicopters and
Yes.
hangars. What was that all about?
I don't recall the details, but I just know he was going to, I think they had a hangar. He was going to buy a helicopter. They were looking at it with his friend, best that I can recall. I didn't talk in depth about that. That stuff didn't matter to me.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that they lived really well?
Yes, yeah. They had more than I had.
Michael was a generous person, wasn't he?
Yes,
He would take people out.
all the time.
He would pay.
There was only one time he ever let us pay. He always paid for our meals every time. Like I said, he took us out a lot, but they did a lot for my daughter. Like he would take her places with the kids.
Where would he go with them?
Oh, he ate out at Chili's almost every day. Like he took her on they took her to Disney World. He ate out every day. So
And he paid for that?
yes.
Took your daughter to Disney World?
Well, the family did, yes.
The whole family?
Their family, yes, took my daughter, yes.
And he paid for it?
Yes.
You know that they went to Paris, France, and
yes.
they went to Hawaii. They went to other places.
I don't remember Hawaii, but I do remember Paris. Yes.
Where else did they go on vacations?
They'd go to the beach a lot.
Which beach?
I just remember Myrtle.
Myrtle.
Yeah, they went with us.
Okay. And who funded that? Who paid for all of that?
Well, the times that I remember, my family rented a condo in the summer because I'm an educator and I was off at that time. and they would come stay with us, but he paid for like lots of our meals and to do things.
Okay.
But that was, I mean, that was some time ago. It was
Okay.
when the kids were really little.
Okay. Then did Michael have his own medicine cabinet in the house that you remember?
I don't know if it was like, I call it his own, but it was the cabinet with all of his stuff. And I can remember it kind of being in the corner because I was hunting for a glass and there was all kinds of stuff in there that was his. And yeah, I mean, I just knew it was his stuff.
What was Michael's profession as such?
The only thing that I remember him being an IT guy for a little while for Job Force, but that's all I recall.
That's that IT. I hear that IT. What does that mean, really?
I think he helped with their technology if they needed like wiring or that was my understanding. I didn't talk to him much about what he did.
What did he do for the businesses that he had with Natalie?
I'm not sure what all he did.
Okay. Now, when you in February of 2019, what did Michael look like and what did he act like? What was his appearance like? Tell us about what you saw.
I mean, just thinking back, I don't know how often I saw him that month or what. I mean, he looked like he had done in the past. Do you mean before the day that he that he passed away? Yeah, he seemed the same as I was used to. He was very angry. And I just remember he wrote me a check that they owed me some money, and he said, "I'm leaving it at the front door." Like he didn't want me to come in or see him. And I don't know. I knew he was just mad because I'd asked for my money.
Was he confused?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Did he complain of any headaches?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He did a lot. I mean, even way before February.
What did he tell you about his headaches?
Nothing. They just said, he would take aspirin and stuff because he had headaches. But I'm a migraine sufferer. His son is as well. So I didn't think much about anything. He had a headache. And then again, when it got really bad, we thought it was where he was working on this house. And I think he was up underneath it and stuff in the crawl space. So we thought maybe mold or something had gone into his lungs causing that.
You've never seen his medical records, have you?
No.
All right. And in February, February 6th, you actually went to the Cochran's house.
If that was the day, yes, I did.
When Michael supposedly collapsed.
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe?
Well, I got a call. My niece called me around. I was at work and school was out. Like all the kids were gone. She called and said, "Mom needs some help. Can you come over?" And then I went and I helped her get him. He kind of slumped off the couch, and I helped her get him back on. And she was going to clean him up. He had an accident. And Nikki went to get his clothes, and I helped her with that. And that was around 4:00.
Who was at the house at that time, from your observation?
Nikki and their son, Natalie, and myself.
Anybody else who came later?
Later that evening, yes.
Who came later?
She called me around. We were on our way to go out and eat, and I was in the car, and she had called and said, "I'm taking him to the hospital. Can you please come get the kids?" And it was dark, but it was February, so I know it was around 6:00 or so because I remember trying to call my mom, and they're always at church. And so I said, "Yeah, I'll come get the kids." And when I went there, I think I was the first one in there, and then Thomas and Lacey Treadway came in. And then the last people in, Chris Davis and his son, followed in after that.
Okay. Were you, at least you, aware of the fact that Michael Cochran didn't want to go to the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
He expressed that view exactly to you. He expressed
everybody, yes, to all of his.
And Natalie was present when He
Oh,
was,
yeah, yes. When the first episode happened, he told all of us, yes.
all right, if I may have a second.
Certainly.
Oh, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. You work for the Raleigh County Board of Education?
I do.
And in 2019, what was your job?
At that time, I was a principal,
Where?
Shady Spring Elementary.
And your current position is what?
I'm the assistant superintendent.
Oh, okay. You were an investor in the defendant's company?
I was.
You lose some money?
I did.
About how much did you lose?
Yeah, she was my sister, so I didn't really keep records. I mean, I didn't consider it more of it was a business deal, but I just thought she could, it would help me out. So, but when everything was said and done, I felt like it was around $50,000.
Okay. Did you ever get any of it back?
Well, that's what I ended up, I think, not having. So like I would give some and I'd get some, give some and get some. And then when it all ended, I think I was 50,000 around.
50,000 around.
In the
Okay.
hole.
Do you know how much you put in altogether?
No. Like I said, it was just, yeah, I'll go ahead and put me in for this contract. And then I would say, here's some more. I don't really recall. I really don't.
Were your dealings with Michael on these transactions?
Natalie with the money.
Okay. So she controlled all the money for the company, and according to your niece, he was at his computer doing whatever he did with government contracts. But the money side of it was your sister.
He wrote me some checks. Like he would write them and sign them. But as far as like me saying, I want to give for this contract, I dealt with her.
Okay. You got a call. The first call you got was from your niece
Yes.
saying we need help.
Yes.
That was after school, and you were at Shady Elementary?
Yes.
Okay. Which is how far from the Cochran house, roughly?
Probably about 6 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very close.
And you went the first time to the Cochran house that day by yourself?
I did.
Okay. You indicated that Michael was on the floor. Actually, this may not be fair, but was Michael on the floor in front of the couch or next to a couch?
No, he was on the couch, but he was kind of his leg and arm were off of it, and his head was kind of on the couch part. So I helped her get him up on the couch comfortably, his head on the pillow and his arm, everything up on the couch. And I kind of held a blanket, and Nikki got him some clothes. She cleaned him up. Natalie cleaned him up.
You got me a little bit confused there. Nikki got some clothes, and the defendant cleaned him up?
Yes. So she said, Nikki, run and get him some clean pants. And I kind of held a blanket there, and I held that while she did that.
Okay. So did you participate other than holding the blanket up over Michael?
No, and I really didn't do that. To be honest, the son kept saying, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. He kept aggravating her the whole time. And she said, stop, I'm trying to deal with this. I said, why don't you just let me deal with him? And I don't recall if I took him or if I went, but I think I took him to get food and brought him back.
Okay. Now, before Nikki called you, you had heard from the defendant, correct?
I had.
How did she communicate with you?
She texted me.
And she sent you this picture, correct?
She did.
What was your reaction to seeing that picture for the first time?
She sent it, and she sent a text that said something like, he's sick and won't get up, or something along. I just remember thinking, I know it sounds terrible, but I was really busy. There was kids and stuff all in my office. And I remember thinking, what does she mean he won't get up? And I thought, well, what does she want me to do about it?
Okay. Then by the time Nikki called, that was 2 hours later?
Oh, more than that, probably.
More than that,
Mhm.
because your school had been dismissed for the day.
Yes.
And what time would that be?
It was around 4. I was working at my desk, and she texted me, and I remember I think my secretary was still there because I said, I've got to go. Natalie needs me. And that's the best I can recall. I remember I was at my desk and Nikki called me.
When you got to the Cochran house in answer to Nikki's call to you, tell us what you remember about what you saw.
Well, like I said, when I went in, he was on the couch, but he was kind of slumped over it. And I helped her get him on the couch comfortably. He was snoring and making noises. And I thought the same thing I thought the first time I saw him in the hospital in November, whenever that was, that he had had another seizure and that he was going to be coming up out of that. So I helped her. He had had an accident. So, helped her get him up there, fixed on the couch. She said, Nikki, go get him some clothes. I kind of put a blanket over him. And then that's all that happened on that time.
Okay. When you saw him in the hospital, was he?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Unless there are questions about this exhibit.
I'm sorry.
All right. Then we need to identify that exhibit for the purpose of the record, please.
It's attached to a text. I cannot tell you off the top of my head. If you give us a moment, we can.
Okay, maybe Ms. Acord can track it down.
Can I go on with the exam?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. You get to the house, you've described what actions you took to help your sister with her distressed husband. But my question to you goes to when he was in the hospital. You went to Charleston to see the Cochrans?
Yes, sir.
Was Michael sedated while he was in there, to the best of your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. But you just know he was not awake.
Correct.
On the 19th of February of 6th of February 2019, when you got to the Cochran's house, was Michael ever in a position where you heard him converse with anybody?
No.
Did you hear him converse with anybody either time you were there?
No.
Now, you came back at the request of the defendant to pick up the kids?
Yes.
And that's because what?
She called me and we were on our way to dinner and she called me. I was in the car and she said, I'm going to take him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to come help. Can you come get the kids?
Okay. When you came to pick up the kids, who was present at the house at that time?
I think it was just me at the time. My husband stayed in the car, or we weren't married at the time, but I can't remember if Thomas and Lacey had gotten there yet or not. I think it was just me, but I know Chris and his son came in last.
Okay.
So I can't recall if they were there before me or me. It's been a long time.
Yeah. So to the best of your recollection, the defendant was there, Michael was there, the two kids were there.
Yes.
But Mr. Treadway showed up after you got there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
He might have been there when I got there. I remember him and his wife were there, but I can't I just remember Chris came in after I was there because I saw him and his son come in through the door.
And the Treadways might have been there, or they might have come in.
Yeah, I don't
Fair
recall.
enough.
He was there first, me or them.
Fair enough. The decision to actually take Michael to the hospital, when did that come about?
I don't know. Like I said, she called me and said, I'm taking him to the hospital. I've called Chris and Thomas to help. Can you come get the kids? And then we were all there. And I remember saying, he is going to be so mad at us. And but we all said, well, we have to take him. So.
Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital, notwithstanding his prior reservations about that?
Say that again.
Sure. Did you express an opinion as to whether he should go to the hospital despite his statements that I don't want to go back again?
Not until everybody was in there. We were all in there and we were all talking and we were just all talking and everyone was talking about how mad he was going to be. And I remember saying, well, we still need to take him. And then I remember Chris saying yes. And then I went and got my now husband we helped get him in the car.
So who actually, to the best of your recollection, helped to take Michael to the car?
Chris, Thomas, and my now husband, Mario.
Okay. Whose car did they take Michael to?
Natalie's.
And who was driving the car when they, or were you present when the car drove off?
I was not.
You went back inside or?
No, I was going to take the kids with me, and they wanted to go with Thomas and Lacey because they have kids their age. And I said, well, I'm just going to, we just left because we felt like our job was done there.
Okay, so you didn't end up with the kids that night?
No, I did not.
So the
We
last,
left after he was in the car, but I don't know who ended up going or.
okay. Were you, did you see Michael in the car?
Yes,
Where was he?
in the very back. Like
And
they
what
laid him across it's a long SUV and they laid him across in the back.
Who else did you see anybody else in the car?
No,
So you didn't see your sister, you didn't see Chris?
no one was in the car when I left.
Just Michael. Can I have just a moment, please?
Sure.
I don't believe the state has any additional questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Victor.
Do you recall in August 2018 when Michael Cochran brought Natalie to your school and told you that he wanted you to deal with him from that moment on?
Yes,
That was in August of 2018.
I can't recall the date.
Okay. But he told you that he wanted for you to deal with him in the matters of business,
Yes,
with him only.
yes,
Okay. You lost almost 50 grand on this.
that's what I think. Yeah, when I it was all said and done.
And you should be really, really mad at your sister.
Yeah.
And I presume Michael, but he's not with us.
Right.
And yet it did not color your testimony here today.
No.
Did it? Okay. That's all. Thank you.
I have one follow-up, Your
Go
Honor.
right
and
ahead.
it should have been asked on cross, but
Okay.
it wasn't. What did the defendant tell you actually happened to Michael that day?
We never really talked about that except in the text. She just said he was sick and she sent me the picture and said he was sick and he wouldn't get up. I just remember however it was worded. I thought, well, why won't he get up? I didn't know if he couldn't, he wouldn't. That's all I remember, that she said he was sick.
Well, but at some point, didn't she tell you what happened to him?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, do you remember being interviewed July 16th of 2019 by a couple police officers?
I probably was, yeah. I mean, I remember being interviewed. I don't know when it was.
Okay. And at that time, you indicated that the defendant told you that he threw up, hit his head, and seized.
She told me I recall the throwing up the first time this happened in October and November. She told me that he hit his head much later after he had been in the hospital in February. She said he had hit his head on the counter when he fell.
And we're talking now about February
Yes,
6th.
correct.
Okay.
But the throwing up, I can only recall, like I said, it's been a long time, but I remember he was throwing up a lot during the October, November time, even in the car.
And you've indicated in questioning from the defense that you have no idea what supplements Michael was taking.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions the state has.
Did you ever see any dent on the counter in the kitchen of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
There was it wasn't a dent because it was like corian or something, but there was a divot knocked out of it. Yes.
And that's what Natalie told you? That's where he hit his head?
Yes.
And there was a dent on it.
Yes.
I may have a second.
All right.
It was at 6, I think.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Judge, to clear up the record, I think that picture is in State Institute Exhibit 6.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions of the witness, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
So far as the state's concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, please, Mr. Victor.
I will call Thomas Treadway.
If you will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Would you kindly state your name for the record?
Thomas Treadway.
Mr. Treadway, what do you do for a living?
I'm a freelance graphic designer.
Okay. Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We met through youth sports. Our kids are friends.
Okay. Did you know Michael Cochran?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Cochran?
Through youth sports.
Was there a time that you would get involved in Mr. Cochran's Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's business?
Yes.
What was the initial involvement that you had with that business?
They would contact me. Mike would contact me about doing graphics, designs, signs.
For what? For the
I
business?
actually did the sign at TSG out on Eisenhower Drive.
Was he satisfied with your product?
Yes, he was.
And from there on, I presume the discussion concerned your investment in the business, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it ended up and culminated in your investing a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
Would you kindly share with the jury how much you may have invested in that business?
I do not have that information. I would have to go through my CPA to get that.
That was a significant amount.
Yeah.
Who did you deal with in terms of the investments?
Mike.
What did he tell you that what you were investing in? I mean, obviously there wasn't like give us X number of dollars and invest in something. What did he tell you about the investments?
It was for contracts for graphics, mostly.
For contracts for what?
For graphics.
Graphics. And were there any government contracts as well?
Yes.
What else were you investing in?
Mainly that.
Okay. Was there any great promise of great returns?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually, I presume you wrote the checks to the companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Through your contact with Mr. Cochran, you kind of learned to know him quite well, right?
Yes.
How well did you know him?
He was my son's favorite coach.
Okay. He was good at sports, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
He was very athletic.
Toughman competitions,
Yes,
pulling a hammer, right?
I believe so.
Any other sports activities that he was involved in?
Just through the youth sports.
What-
There was an alumni football game he played in, and that.
He appeared a model of health, didn't he?
Yes.
And yet, what did you observe in about 2018?
Mike seemed really agitated, really not really himself.
When he was himself, what was he like?
Focused.
Focused,
Yes.
task-oriented, wasn't he?
Yes. Very.
And then around 2018, he started being what?
Like I said, he wasn't himself. He didn't act the same.
Did he have any? Well, was he ever confused?
There was an instance where he seemed very confused.
Did he complain about headaches?
Not to me, not that I remember.
When did he appear confused to you?
There was an instance where the families went to eat. We went out to eat, and there was an instance there.
Is that the Panera Bread situation?
Yes.
That wasn't one of his favorite restaurants, huh?
No.
In fact, he hated it with an unbridled passion.
Yes, he did.
And all of a sudden, he takes you to Panera Bread
Yes.
and says what?
We were sitting around the table together, and he looked at me and said, "You have a hat on." And, at the time, we laughed about it. I was like, "Mike, I always have a hat. I always wear a hat." And never thought anything about that until after. And it kind of was like, wow, that was really kind of weird for Mike to ask me. I didn't have a hat on.
Was he ever confused about where he left his car?
I can't say that I would know anything about that.
Was he, you said he was agitated. How was he, what was he agitated about?
We never discussed where the agitation come from. I mean, he would, he just seemed really visibly agitated.
Okay. Now, did Michael, you knew that Michael went to the hospital in October and November of 2018, right?
Yes.
Did you see him before he went to the hospital in October and November?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember what he was like, or what he acted like?
I don't remember instances, but I know that he was pretty sick.
Okay. And he stayed in the hospital on 2 different occasions then?
Yes.
Do you know whatever the doctors told him was wrong with him?
I never heard a diagnosis. We kept the kids, so we weren't involved in that aspect of it.
Did he ever tell you what was wrong with him?
I heard black mold, which was brought up.
Did he ever? He said that he didn't like hospitals, did he?
No, he did not.
Never wanted to go back to the hospital.
Exactly.
All right. Did you ever know that he was using any substances to be more athletic, let's say?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
I don't know the details of what he took. I don't know, but Mike was very concerned with his body and his appearance.
Did he ever tell you he was taking substances?
I don't think that conversation ever came up.
Did you know from any personal knowledge that he was taking substances?
I would just gather that, with his physical appearance, that he would take supplements and various other things.
What kind of contractual relationship did you have with Michael? What did you do for him other than this first contract? Did you have any other work for him?
Yes, I did pretty much anything that was graphic wise. I handled that for them.
Okay. How did he appear to you in January or in February of 2019?
January was I think was around the time that the Panera Bread, the hat comment came out.
And from then on, how did he appear to you?
He just, to me, he seemed, my opinion, that he seemed really wired. Really
He seemed what?
wired.
Wired.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what bothered him?
No.
Did he ever suggest anything to you that he was in any physical discomfort?
No.
Never complained about his health?
No, not to me.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Mr. Treadway, could you go into a little more detail about you're a graphic designer? Is that what you are?
Yes.
Okay. What does a graphic designer do?
I designed their sign out in front of their business. I did a design for a firearm. I designed T-shirts. I designed baseball uniforms, logos for the baseball uniforms.
Letterhead? Does
No.
anybody do letterhead anymore?
No,
So you never had any involvement with any of the letterhead that the Cochrans might have utilized, or specifically the defendant?
no.
There's a fraudulent document that the defendant sent around on Bank of America letterhead with a graphic designer.
I'm going to object to the characterization of it. We don't know what document it is. We already are calling it fraudulent.
All right, let's just call it a straight-out document at this point.
Very, thank you. A Bank of America document. Would a graphic designer create this document?
I would guess.
Okay, but you're saying it wasn't you.
No.
Who's Lacey Treadway?
My wife.
Your wife. And she's a notary?
Yes.
And she did notary work for the Cochrans?
Yes. To my knowledge.
Pardon?
To my knowledge.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, let me take you to the date of Mr. Cochran's collapse, February the 6th of 2019. Were you asked to come to the Cochran residence that day?
I wasn't asked. I called Natalie to see if she needed some help.
Out of the clear blue, or how did that happen?
She had texted me, told me Mike had failed.
Okay. Did she send you the picture with that, or just tell you?
I'm not sure of that, and I'm not sure of that.
Okay. Do you know what time you got to the Cochran house?
It was in the evening. It was late. I taught classes at Concord, so it was late in the evening.
Graphic design classes?
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at this. Oops. Relative to when Chris Davis appeared, according to you, when did you show up?
What was the question again?
Well, Chris Davis appeared at the Cochran house while you were there, correct?
After me, yes.
And so you got there how much before he did?
I'm unclear.
Take a look at your text.
10 or 15 minutes before Chris got there.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to question your text, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You were one of the people that helped take Mr. Cochran to the car?
Yes.
Okay. And so when the defendant said that, you would not dispute that. You were absolutely one of the people. Right?
Right.
Okay. Who else helped carry Mr. Cochran to the car besides you and Chris Davis?
It's really unclear. I know Penny Carrico was there. Her husband, Mario, was there. I don't remember exactly everyone that was there at that time or helped carry Mike.
You just know you did?
I carried Mike, helped Mike carry Mike to the car.
And Chris Davis did?
And Chris Davis.
There may have been some others that helped, but those are the two, you two for sure.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated you were there about 10 or 15 minutes before Chris Davis arrived. The defendant seems to indicate that you thought Mr. Cochran was getting worse. Can you explain that to us?
I do not remember having that conversation.
Okay. So you don't say, hey, I think he's getting worse. We need to do something?
I'm not a medical professional. I can't evaluate that.
Fair enough. After Mr. Cochran died on the 11th of February of 2019, do you recall giving the defendant some advice as to what she should do legally?
I don't recall that.
Does that help you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you suggesting that she's make that timeline?
In any circumstance, I wouldn't know why you wouldn't do that.
And you were also helping her remember that she checked Mr. Cochran's vital signs, correct?
That's what it says.
She asked for your assistance in mounting her defense, didn't she?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Did she ask you to look into Michael's phone?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Well, that it's been a while back. Let's take a look at this.
Can you folks read this on the screen? Okay, because I can't. But happily, I have a little monitor right here.
Yeah, they don't fit very well on there, but she'll bring you his phone to crack his phone. You remember that now?
I remember looking at the phone to see if there was anything that I could help her with there.
And you were trying to figure out why she couldn't get into it. You asked her some questions about that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Mr. Treadway, you were asked to provide statements to the law enforcement people that were investigating your friend's death. What was your response to that?
No, thank you.
So you were not interested in cooperating with the state police, people who are investigating this?
No, thank you.
Michael was a friend of yours?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And You made a very succinct comment about what you would tell them. Remember what you said?
Not right offhand.
It's a
If you-
statement, they won't get shit from me, come to your recollection?
If that's what the text message says, then that's what it is.
And that is the way you felt about it. They weren't going to get any cooperation out of you.
If that's what the text message
No.
says,
I didn't ask you if that's what the text message said. I asked you if that's what your position was. They were not going to get any help from you that would hurt the defendant, correct?
I don't recall ever saying that.
No, you didn't say that, but that's what your position was, wasn't it?
My position was no, thank you.
No, thank you, as in you're not going to get any help from me.
I didn't say no help. I said no, thank you.
No information from you.
No, thank you was my response.
Let's see this again. Well, they ain't getting shit from me. That's your response.
If that's
Not
what-
no thank you. That's your response,
Okay.
correct? That's all the questions the state had.
Redirect Mr. Victor.
Were you informed that Michael Cochran actually locked the cell phone to the point that Natalie Cochran could not get into it?
That was what was conveyed to me.
So some of those messages that we saw in court were the messages sent by Michael Cochran, not Natalie Cochran,
Yeah,
because she had no access to it.
exactly.
And then, so when and he controlled that situation, didn't he?
It was his phone.
It was his phone. So then, after he died, she wanted to know what was on it, what the messages were, right?
Right.
And she asked you to help you decode it.
If I could, yes.
It's not a big deal, is it? You
If
didn't
you,
think it was a big deal.
I didn't think at the time that was a big deal.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor asked you, and it's still on the screen, about this. Well, they ain't getting shit from me. Well, would you care to enlighten us as to why?
I was asked if I wanted to give a statement, and I did some research before I talked to them and told them no, thank you.
Would you care to show us what type of research you did?
I did some research and I found a document that had some information about some witness tampering. And so I didn't think that was someone that I needed to talk to.
Witness tampering. Who tampered with witnesses?
There were several names in the article.
But it wasn't my client who tampered with witnesses.
No,
Somebody else tampered with witnesses according to that article, and that's why you refused to talk to the police.
exactly.
What kind of witnesses are we talking about in this case?
No, not in this case.
I see. So you did not believe that talking to the police officers would be appropriate because they weren't trustworthy. Is that what?
Correct.
Okay. And is it true that there were very specific officers that were mentioned there in
Yes.
that article? All right. Okay, that's all.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
So this is a generic witness tampering fear that you had and not related to the investigators in this case. Is that correct?
The article contained names of investigators in this case.
And this article came from where?
The Charleston Gazette.
And they accused the investigators in this case of tampering with witnesses?
Not with this case, the case that they worked on previously.
And it specifically named Heinzman and Bledsoe?
Yes, sir.
And this is a Charleston Gazette article.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know if there's any merit to that or not. That was just a report in the Charleston Gazette.
I'm pretty sure there was a settlement involved.
You don't know if there was any merit to it. You just know what you read in the Charleston Gazette.
Exactly.
Okay. Which means you may not know anything. That's all the questions the state has.
Last comment by the prosecutor.
Overruled. Any further questions, Mr. Victor?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness?
None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any reason to recall this gentleman?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Treadway. You are excused. Happily, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at the noon hour, and we will take our luncheon recess at this time. Please be back in your jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, and we will try to start up promptly. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view, observe, or listen to any reports concerning this trial or matters concerning this case. Enjoy your lunch. You may go with the bailiff now to your jury room. All right, we'll break for lunch and start back up at 1 o'clock. We'll break for lunch and start back up at 1 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. We are on lunch break. I'm gonna put the banner on, and what's for lunch? Well, we haven't heard, but maybe we will hear what is for lunch. I will join in from my phone so we can chat a little bit about, but I will be with camera off because Nightbot is going to be driving and we need directions and we need I might turn the camera but around to show you the area we're going to and everything, but I'm trying to get that sorted while we are on our way to my doctor's appointment, and then we can hang out like that. So I'll be 1 second, everybody. All right. Can you hear me? Please, if you can hear me, let me know in chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna be, yes, I think you guys can hear me. I know you see me twice right now, but that's not gonna stay there forever. It's just now for lunch break, so we can chat a little bit about the thing. In terms of turning on the camera and show you the area, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it, but I do can see comments and everything, and gonna try to read and talk a little bit, and then we're gonna leave it until court starts. Hopefully this thing doesn't pause again. And yeah, so we've had some witnesses, pretty interesting, and I don't think these witnesses really like the prosecutor, especially this last one. I don't think he liked it very much so, because of the no thank you incident of 500 million times. That was rather funny from the prosecution and everything. So it's just notorious. It's that um, the defense is getting everybody right. That is, well, kind of should um be not be on her side, because everyone lost money and everything. um and then they are still like talking to her and being friends with her and still on her side, which I find that is very, very impressive, because I would not be on her side no matter what, because she made me lose a lot of thousands of money. No, like for example, that lady, the school principal, lost a lot of money, and she was still on her side. I mean, I'm sorry, I can be all your best friend and all, but I would not be on your side to when you lost a lot of money. Sorry, all of a sudden, then I started to hear myself, which I don't think. Ah, hang on. I'll tell you, technology is not my friend. Let's hope that now I can stop hearing myself, because that's not good. Let's hope that now. Well, I think I'm gonna have to hear myself in the background. I am gonna mute myself for a minute. I'll try to come back in a second. But we need to leave the house, so I'll be right back.
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up at this time, Mr. Truman?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
My next witness will be the juvenile, Your Honors.
All right, and it has been raised to the court that we can work it out easily so that his face is not portrayed on camera or on screen. But if he decides to sit in the gallery like some of the other witnesses have done after they present their testimony, his face will be on camera, because there is a camera up here, as you can see. So somebody needs to tell him that he will be shown on camera as being seated in the gallery, because that's where the cameras are pointing.
Very well, Your Honor. If I may step outside for a second.
Okay. And you can explain that to him. His choice is he can leave or.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the juvenile, I suggested that he sit where Penny is sitting, and he will be out of jail.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's a good solution.
But play it safe, that. Are you saying that?
Are we sure that he'll be out of camera range, or is it iffy? Okay. Well, okay. Okay. That's all we can ask for. We've discovered that there might be a way that he could sit in the corner, but it's iffy, and his face may be portrayed.
I think he knows all the options, Your Honor, at this point. So with that, I call MAC to the stand.
Well, we need the jury. Bring in the jury, please.
I promise.
Would the court also recognize my co-counsel?
Indeed, I have already recognized him personally, and I will do so in front of the jury. We're glad that he's alive and well.
Alive anyway.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you can see, we are joined by Mr. Selden, who is alive and well, thank goodness, and is with us hopefully for the duration of the trial. All right, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I would ask Mr. Victor to please call the next witness.
And now I will call MAC to the stand.
Very well. If you'll just follow the bailiff, he'll show you where to go. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat right there.
would you tell the jury the first, well, the initials of your name?
MAC.
And if you could just scoot up a little bit towards the microphone. Thank you.
Say it again.
Say it again.
MAC.
There you go. Do you know the defendant, Natalie Cochran?
Yes, she is my mother.
Okay. I presume you remember your father,
Yes.
Michael Cochran.
Yes, sir.
He is deceased. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When did he die?
February 11th, 2019.
Okay. Who else lived in your house ever since you've been born?
The only people that lived in my house while he was still alive was me, my mom, my sister, and my dad.
Okay. Now, what was your relationship with your father?
It was, I would say it was good. We had a good relationship.
What did you do together?
All types of stuff. He was my baseball coach, my football coach, led me through several sports. Went shooting together, went hunting together. We just always did stuff together.
Your father was very athletic, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
He participated in all kinds of sports himself, right?
Yes,
As
sir.
well as he coached sports.
Yes, sir.
He cared about his physical appearance
Yes, sir.
and even participated in some tough contests there, right?
Yes, sir. He did a couple Tough Mudders and Tough Man.
Tough what?
Tough Mudders and Tough
Right.
Man contests.
Was successful.
Very.
Did he ever try to participate in any bodybuilding contests?
I know that he did in high school. He used to do a bunch of powerlifting, and I don't know if he ever did any shows or anything.
Okay. Okay. He appeared perfectly healthy on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, however, he had some medical problems, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember 2017, December, when he had back surgery?
Yes, sir.
How old were you at that time?
10 or 9 or 10.
Okay. Do you know why he had to have back surgery?
Because he lifted we had a big light pole in our backyard next to our garage. He lifted it up just so he could move it to a different location. And that's when he messed up his back.
He did what?
Picked up a light pole by himself and messed up his back.
Couldn't he have gotten any help?
Of course, but it's just how he is. He wants to do everything by himself.
Okay, and he injured his back and he had to have surgery.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether he liked going to the hospital?
Not at all.
After this first surgery, did he say anything around the house that would make you believe that he hated hospitals?
That he never wanted to be at a hospital. He just didn't like hospitals.
He liked doctors?
No.
Okay. Now, when in 2018, there was an episode that forced him to go to the hospital as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
You were what, 11 at that time, 12? Oh, wait a minute, 11, 12?
Say 10 or 11, yes.
10 or 11, I'm sorry. What happened to him in October of 2018? Do you recall? When he got sick?
He got sick, and I feel like around that time it was when you could just notice that he started to change a little bit.
How did he start to change, sir?
Just forgetting stuff all the time. And he was more aggressive for sure.
Towards whom? Aggressive?
Towards everybody. Everybody.
What was he forgetting? What was he forgetting at that time?
Just like things that he had to do, that he had planned, and he would just forget about it. And he just leave stuff at the house all the time. Just stuff that was unusual. Like he always had everything kept together. Pretty nice.
Okay. Right after October 31st, he had to go to the hospital very soon thereafter on November the 2nd of 2018, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him then? It was just a couple of days later.
I feel like,
Do you remember what was wrong with him?
I don't know exactly what was wrong with
I mean,
him.
I'm not looking for medical terms, but what did you observe?
Almost that he had brain fog almost. Like it was just,
Brain fog, you said? Did he complain of headaches?
not that I remember.
Okay. How long did he stay in the hospital that time? Like a week, 5 days?
5
Something
days
like
or a
that?
week.
Do you remember him coming back home from the hospital? Remember that?
Not really.
But at some point he returned home from the hospital, right?
Yes.
How did he act then?
He acted fine. He always tried to paint a picture for the kids, I guess, to just make us not worry about him or something. I don't know, but he acted fine. It was just still the same things of him forgetting stuff and him just, I don't know. I felt like he was less happy.
Was his condition or condition as you saw it improving, or was it getting worse?
Getting worse.
And let's say in January of 2018, what was he doing that makes you believe that he was getting worse?
Just continue to constantly forget things, and he would have more and more just snaps, like when he would just snap and just get super angry all the time.
Did he ever say that he was in some kind of physical discomfort?
No, not to me.
Okay. Did he look like he was in physical discomfort?
In my eyes, he was perfectly okay. In my eyes.
How about the beginning of February? Getting worse?
Yeah. And he just didn't want to do stuff as much anymore. We used to always go out and do stuff together, and me and him would, and he just wasn't as active anymore. Didn't feel like doing anything.
He was only 38, wasn't he?
Yes.
Did he look to you like he lost interest in life? Or did he perhaps have some limitations that caused him not to enjoy what he was doing?
I think he was just too worried about everything. He was always worried about money. He was always worried about everything in his life, that he just wanted everything to be perfect for him and us. And I feel like that was his biggest worry.
Okay. Throughout the years that we've been discussing here, your father has taken some medications. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What kind of medications did he take? Or whatever he took that looked like medications?
He'd take his supplements, which was 30 pills a day every morning, and then his anabolics, which are steroids, and
did he ever take any insulin?
I didn't see him personally take it. No, I didn't see him personally take it.
Did he ever inject anything?
Definitely steroids.
Okay. Now, was there a time when he was supposed to take some medication for any type of seizures? He had seizures, right?
Yes.
Convulsions? Did he have convulsions, seizures?
Yes, but I didn't witness them
Okay.
in person, no.
Was he ever taking any medication for that?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm sure that he was
Now,
with
let
all
me-
of the pills that he was taking.
Let me ask you this. He didn't have a very high opinion of doctors, did he?
No.
And if a doctor prescribed something and he didn't want to take it, he wouldn't take it.
You're right.
You don't know exactly what those substances were in the amount of 30 pills a day. He had his own cabinet for that, right?
Of course.
Tell the jury about his cabinet that he had all this medication in, or whatever it was.
It was just it was a long, tall cabinet, and it just had all of his supplements and pills that he took, and he would get every bottle down every morning, and he would lay it out on the counter, and then I'd stand right next to him. He'd make his protein shake, and he'd take 2 handfuls and take the first handful, chug his protein shake, take the second handful, chug his protein shake, and finish it, and that'd be it. He'd be ready to start his day.
How long has he been doing that?
Since I was a baby.
Okay. Where was he getting all that stuff?
He did shop at GNC a lot, but that was only for his supplements. And then he used to brag all the time about him getting his steroids from Mexico. I wouldn't necessarily say brag, but he would always say it was from Mexico.
What did he get from Mexico? Do you know?
I don't know the name of the steroid, but it was definitely an anabolic.
Do you ever see a bottle of it?
There's a white box that would come, and I never touched it or anything.
Was there anything on the box that suggested that it was not for human consumption?
I never really read it.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay. Weren't you concerned that your dad was taking some stuff from Mexico?
I asked him for some when I was little because I asked him what it did, and he said to make you strong. And I said, "Can I have some then?" And he said, "No, maybe when you're older." And with my lack of knowledge, with the knowledge I have now of it, yes, for sure. But my lack of knowledge back then, no, I was not scared. I figured that everything that he did, he was in control of. And I felt like he was always, I don't know, I just always felt safe around him, everything that he did.
Did he talk to you in the hospital in 2018 when he was there?
I would like to say yes.
Do you remember a conversation that he had with you and I believe your sister about kind of being very pessimistic about life and his life and the existence in this world? What was he saying?
can't give you the answer on that.
Okay. Okay. Your father was, his profession was an IT man. Is that what
Yes,
his
sir.
profession was?
Yes, sir.
What did it mean to you?
I remember him doing several buildings, like wiring buildings and always working on computers and stuff. And I just figured he was just a regular guy.
Well, let me ask you this one more thing about this computer business. He was ordering those supplements from Mexico through what channels? Computer?
I would say computer.
Okay. Did you ever see anything that had the name Nootropics?
No.
Okay. So he was an IT man, whatever that means, and he worked on computers a lot.
Yes, sir.
Around 2017, 2019, did he work for any company? Or did he have his own business?
I don't remember exactly when he got laid off from the workforce, but I know they started their business around that time.
They being your mom and your dad?
Yes, sir.
And what business was that?
Their contracting business.
They contracted with whom?
Federal government.
And you remember that?
Yes.
Who was working on the contracts?
My dad.
Was there ever a time when your father was working on the contracts and your mom was reading a book?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
My dad and my mom were laying in the room in bed together, and I was in there. I was young, and I was laying in between them, and my mom was watching a movie while she had a book in her hand. And my dad was on his computer, and he was going through contracts, and you could just see thousands of dollars on the contracts. And I asked him what they were, and that was the day that he found a 50 cal contract that I helped him with. And yeah, it just kept going from there. He just never got off. Even we were in the hunting stand and he was still on his computer working on contracts.
And your mom was watching a movie?
Yes, sir.
She didn't have anything to do with that contract, did she?
No, sir.
All right. Was your father somewhat secretive about his business?
Very.
Obviously wouldn't discuss it with a 13-year-old or 10-year-old on the business level of the MBA and his associates, but what did he tell you about his business?
That the business had to be a woman-owned business so they could get more contracts. And
why is that?
I don't remember exactly what he said about it, but it was always that they could get better contracts of it being a woman-owned business.
Okay.
Her owning 51%, him owning 49%.
And that's what he owned as a minority
Yes, sir.
shareholder, or was just a corporation, or was it partnership? What was it?
I think we all know who wore the pants in the situation. He definitely ran it way more than she.
Your father was a dominant figure.
Of course.
Was he a dominant figure in the life of the marriage, or just generally speaking, he was a dominating character?
Both.
Both. By the way, was there ever a time when he took Natalie's phone?
Yes.
Why is that? Well, was he? Well, let me strike this. Was he a controlling man?
Very.
Tell the jury about it.
My mom was at work. She used to work at Access Health down towards where's that place? I don't remember the exact location, but she used to work at Access Health, and she had a coworker that hit on her. And my dad pulled up, and he either had a baseball bat or something. Not my dad, the guy that hit on my mom. And yeah, he took that baseball bat from him and handled business. And there's several occasions that are like that. And he would always check her phone. It's just him just being crazy.
But was he a jealous man?
There. He
But
wanted what was his.
Was he also controlling in terms of checking the computers, checking the phones?
Yes. He would monitor my phone. He'd monitor everybody's phone in our house. Everybody's.
So some of the messages that were played here earlier were at the time of August. Do you remember when he took my client's phone?
Not the exact date, no.
Okay.
It was multiple times that he had her phone.
Did he ever use her cell phone?
I'm sure.
Now, your mother was obviously working as a pharmacist at one point, right?
Yes, sir.
It was a full-time job, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was raising the two of you, that is you and your sister.
Yes, sir.
Who was running the house in terms of cooking meals, cleaning, doing all of these things?
My mom.
What was your father doing at that time?
He was always either with Chris Davis or doing something. He's just
Business?
Yeah. They were always at our airport hangar a lot.
Okay.
Those two were.
Who owned that airport hangar?
We owned an airport hangar. It was a big airport hangar, and then I can't remember if we had two airport hangars. We had one big one and one small one, or Chris owned two.
Okay.
It was either one of them. He had one.
Do you guys have a helicopter?
I know we had a plane in there, but we didn't have a helicopter. I don't think.
Well, looks like you guys around 2018, 17, 18, 19, led a pretty good life.
Yes, sir.
You guys had a helicopter, hangar. You could fly. Well, you had a plane.
Anyway.
You could fly whenever you wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Had a couple of motorcycles, right?
Yes, sir.
You were too young to ride them, right?
No, sir.
No. A couple of cars.
Yes, sir.
In fact, more than one car. What do you guys have?
I remember them buying. We had two Yukons, one white one and one gray, or a silver color, and we ended up giving the white one, I think, to Jennifer Davis. It was either the white one or the silver one to one of them, and he had his GMC truck and his Shelby Cobra, which was.
You wanted to drive that, didn't you?
I wanted that car, yes.
You wanted that.
Yes, sir.
It was an expensive car. It was an antique.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the houses, homes? How many did you guys have?
We had our house on 4H Lake Road, and then we had he ended up buying a house for Chris Davis's aunt. I think it was her aunt, or somehow they're related, and rented it out to her, and renovated it, and the hangars.
How about boats?
Boats. We had two boats. We had a brand new wave boat before the year even started. I think it was like a brand new 2020 boat or something like that.
Do you remember going to a boat sale with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Didn't your father buy 3 of them?
I didn't know that he bought 3 of them, but I know that he had 2.
Oh, yeah, maybe about 2. Okay. But he bought them.
Yes, sir.
All right. You went to good schools, right?
Yes, sir.
Private schools?
No, sir.
No, you went to public school.
Yes, sir.
You had everything that the kids could desire
Yes, sir.
materially.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Took some nice vacations.
Wonderful vacations.
Where'd you go?
Hawaii. We go to New York all the time with the Davises.
New York City?
Yes, sir.
Not a cheap place. All right. Okay. Where else did you go?
We go to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, that place. We went and saw a couple college World Series baseball games in Omaha. And
Well, how about a place called Paris, France?
Paris, yeah, we went to Paris,
Yeah.
France. Been to a few
Beaches?
places. Ocracoke Island. We've been to a few beaches. Yes.
Who paid for all of this?
He did.
Your dad.
Yes.
And who did you go with? Your just the entire family, or
The
did you
entire
take-
family and the Davises.
And your father footed the bill for everybody.
Maybe not for the Davises so much, but our family, of course, yes. He took care of us. He most definitely bought their dinner a good bit.
Your father was a generous person, wasn't
Yes, sir.
he? Happy when he had plenty of cash on hand.
That was when he was happy.
And he had plenty of money to spend, right?
Yes, sir.
Except that this money came from the investors. Isn't that true? Do you know anything about that?
I don't.
Was there a time when anybody invested in their business? Do you know?
Not that I can completely remember now.
Okay. Okay. On February the 6th, when your father collapsed, you were in school, right?
Yes, sir.
When you returned home, who was at that location?
I know my mom was there. I can't remember if what's her name? The Hamiltons were there, and I think Thomas was there.
Okay.
Thomas was there.
Did your mother appear to be concerned about your father?
Of course.
And in fact, she went into the vehicle that took him to the hospital, right? Leaving you and your sister with the Treadways, right? When your father went to the hospital that day.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was holding his hand as they were leaving, right?
Yes. Crying.
Crying.
Yes.
After your father's death, what was your mother like?
I feel like she was very strong
She still did her,
for
did her
taking
business.
care. for
She
taking-
still did her business. True.
Yes, sir.
Was she brokenhearted because of the death of her husband?
Very. We all were.
If I may have a second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
These are all the questions I have of this witness, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, cross-examination, Ms. Akert.
I just have a couple questions for you.
Go ahead.
That works.
In your lifetime, did you ever see your mom give your dad a medication? Not Motrin or anything like that?
No, no.
Okay. And you testified that he injected what you called his anabolics, right?
Yes.
Did you ever watch him do that?
When I was little.
And if there was testimony here today that he was taking what you're referring to as anabolics orally, would you call that false?
No, he had droppers too.
Okay. Did your parents share finances when your dad was around?
I object to the form of the question. The word share is very.
Perhaps you could rephrase, Ms. Akron.
Trying to figure out how to rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are you aware if they spent money out of the same accounts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I'm sure that he just bought it for, used his own money.
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on a number of accounts?
Could you repeat that again?
Would it surprise you to know that both of their names were on several different bank accounts?
No, not really.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Victor.
I do not have a redirect examination, Your Honor.
Very well. Any reason to hold this young man?
With the admonitions of the appearance on the camera and whatnot.
All right.
I do not. He can be excused.
All right. Let me explain to you. I have made certain that your face is not shown on camera or on screen. You can step down and you are released. However, if you choose to sit in the courtroom, your face will probably be portrayed on camera. And I'm just giving you that admonition that you can do as you will and as you wish. But you may step down now and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
And Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Certainly. Members of the jury, I have good news and bad news, I suppose. And I don't know how you'll take this. In any trial, you have scheduling difficulties, especially when you have expert witnesses, because experts are extremely busy, and we do everything that we can to accommodate their schedules. And I ask you, certainly do not take this out on them, because they do the best they can, and we do the best we can in terms of scheduling. The situation is such that the defense has no further witnesses to present right now. So we can come back tomorrow. The expert witnesses lined up for the defense, and we have 2 or perhaps 3 of them are not available until Monday. And rather than to piecemeal this thing and have you come in tomorrow and maybe hear a little bit of testimony and then come back and start again on Monday, I'm going to give you the day off tomorrow. We won't work tomorrow. And you should anticipate that we will have a full day on Monday, certainly with experts and maybe with other testimony as well. Now, the good news is we're winding down this case. You can see that we're making progress, and I think that I can tell you with some affirmation that we'll be finished Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So this is not going to drag on for 4 weeks or longer, as we thought at the outset. We're cutting down and streamlining the process so that we can get this to you and get this case resolved as soon as possible. But the upshot of the matter is we don't have anything further to present to you today. So you'll get to go home and watch Jennifer Hudson or Dr. Phil on TV this afternoon. And you don't have to come back tomorrow with the understanding that you'll be here Monday and Tuesday and perhaps Wednesday of next week. This is a very dangerous time, and you see how much effort we've put into this case, and the attorneys have all worked very hard. And we have done everything possible to get this case ready for you. Please do not endanger the process by talking to folks over the weekend. Maybe some of you will go back to work tomorrow, and your coworkers will attack you. They'll want to know what's going on. People have been watching this on TV. They've been seeing it on the news and reading about it in the newspaper. And so they will come up to you and they'll want to find out the juicy details of the case, and they'll want inside information. Please refrain from talking to these folks, and with your relatives and with your friends, who will all accost you and want to know about the case. And you can certainly put the blame on me. You can tell them that I'm a hateful old judge, and that you're afraid of what I might do, and that I have warned you and threatened you, and that you just can't take the chance of going to jail. You don't have to worry necessarily about going to jail, but you can say that if you wish, to get people off your back so that you don't have to put up with folks hounding you for information. Please do not read anything online. Don't do any research. Refrain from talking to anyone, receiving any information of any kind, so that when you come back Monday, we'll have things lined out for you, and we can proceed. I don't anticipate that next week we'll have any difficulties. I think we can have the process flow better than it has, and we can present the case to you until its finality. Okay? Nobody's throwing tomatoes at me, so I'm happy with that. And again, I'm sorry we couldn't get more accomplished today and tomorrow, but that's just the way it is. And I ask you not to hold it against me, and certainly not against the attorneys, because we're doing the very best that we can. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go. I'll have a treat for you on Monday. I haven't decided what it is, so it'll be a surprise. And that will encourage you to come back. You'll have to find out what it is. So plan on being here at 9 o'clock. The case is not over, obviously. We have much more to hear and see. So come back Monday, be in your jury room a little bit before 9, and we'll try to start promptly, and we will work through hard and get this matter concluded. Okay? All right. I'm glad to see smiling faces. Very well. You can go with the bailiff now and have a wonderful weekend. All right. I think we're all disappointed that we can't go farther today and tomorrow, but it is what it is, and we have to live with the schedule that we have. Is there anything further that we need to place on the record or discuss before we close out until Monday?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and have a good weekend. Court is in recess.
All right. Well, I hope you guys can hear me. Check. Yeah, you can hear me. All right. Sorry, I'm still with my jacket on. I literally just got home. We were parking the car, and I was like, Jed, Nightbot, I need to get out. I need to get out because they are spending the stream, and I need to go and get back to my friends and everything. It was just crazy. Paula, very nice to see you here today. Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate your support and everyone's support. And talking about this court, Judge, yes, I am very disappointed because now the fact that we're gonna lose a day, we're gonna go into next week, and the other trial is gonna be a bit harder to catch up because the new trial that I wanted to watch with you guys, I think the jury selection starts on Monday, so I don't think they're gonna take more than a half a day selecting the jury. So it might start on Monday afternoon, that trial. So yeah, so we might have a lot to catch up on that trial, or I don't know. And it's gonna, because this trial with the dates and with the skipping and finishing early and everything, and I don't know why even. Right, another side note is why they took a lunch break then for, if the court knew that they are going to finish early because they don't have any more witnesses and delays and everything. Yes, that happens. Why did they took a lunch break? Why they wasted an hour of the jury time and everybody else time if they knew they're only going to do another hour of testimony? Not even that. It's just, this court has been, it is a good judge. I love the judge. The judge is nice. He jokes a lot. He gives his treats to the jury, which is amazing. But it wastes a lot of time. They never come back on time. They always faffle around. They have never finished after 4 p.m. since the beginning of the trial. the attorneys are disorganized, bickering with each other. I know things and circumstances happen in terms of by people getting caught in storms and traffic and everything, but come on, it's too much. It's supposed to be a week-long trial, and now it's gonna drag on because of nothingness. But anyway, that's me just rambling on. Talking about a bit about this trial today. I did listen to the juvenile witness, most of it. I lost the beginning because of my doctor's appointment, but the fact that his story and the sister story was exactly the same, apart from the fact that he said that they had bought two anchors and they had a plane, while the daughter said that they had planned to buy a plane. 1 second. And so with a plane to buy plans to buy the plane. Wow, that's a tongue twister. So I just don't understand that I hope the jury caught that difference in stories that did not line up altogether. And I don't think they are believable, because I mean, I'm sorry again, because it's the same thing. How can a 10-year-old or 11-year-old that he was at the time of this whole incident, or even younger, because it started when he was younger, how can you remember so well? And what does he know about federal contracts at 9 years old? I did not know anything at 9 years old. I barely knew how to tell time at 9 years old. So it's just the stories are very incurrent. It's like they don't match. They are full of stuff that is not good, because I can't say the other word. I wish I could, but I can't. Um, it's just I don't believe that at all, and I think they are hurting the defense case more than actually helping anything, if you know what I mean. But I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I know probably some of you may have caught the trial halfway through, and it's absolutely fine. I understand, but it's just interesting. So the plans forward for this trial apparently is Monday we'll have this kind of expert, and then I think it's Natalie's testimony, and then I think they are resting, because then the judge said Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, if they are not on verdict. So, yeah. So it's just interesting that we might be in verdict watch on Tuesday. Maybe not, maybe Monday. I don't think Monday we will. I don't say anything anymore with this court, but I just had a thought. Because this trial, I don't think it has a second phase. Because it's not a DP case, a death penalty case, or a defamation civil trial like we had last week. When we are on verdict watch, we might be able to listen to maybe the openings and everything from the other trial, then come back to the verdict, and then go back to the other trial and catch up like that on Tuesday. That's maybe the plan. Seeing, depending on how long the deliberations are and everything, we'll see. Otherwise, we can just catch up and do dual trials, if you know what I mean. I know it's going to be a bit complicated. I know that for me, my brain is going to go be working overtime. Man, it will be fine. But it's just interesting. Today, there was not much more. There was a couple cases, a couple witnesses, sorry, cases. In terms of witnesses and everything. So tomorrow, the plan for tomorrow, there's two options. There's an option we can do a stream of research, because I have some cases that I need to research from the Discord server. Or we can have the day off. We can enjoy the day and not stream. But then maybe we do the research. Maybe we'll do a small stream. Maybe we'll stream a little bit, not the big one. I do have some cases from the Discord server on my own, on my responsibility to search and look into it. So we could do that for maybe a couple of hours or something, just hanging out a little bit and do, like I've been promising, doing a research stream to teach you a bit more about our Discord server as the gavel drops. We could do that tomorrow. and then I can take the rest of the day to relax with Nightbot and just enjoy my first day of time off from my work, and do some YouTube things as well. And then we could do that. Saturday there might be a surprise dual stream with another creator, either on this channel or on her channel. When I know, I'll post something on a community post. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel and to receive that notification and everything. But then that's the plan, and then we'll be back on court. Well, Nightbot will be with you guys on Monday. So we know it's gonna be this stream, this court. Nightbot will be with you all on Monday because I'm gonna be in court in the UK. So I'm gonna go on Monday, right, to a sentencing hearing in live, and I'm gonna try to tell you then after all about it. I'm gonna make note. I'm gonna try to take pictures, try to get some information, maybe do some videos outside of court to show you the area and everything. And I'm gonna do that, and I'm going to be listening to a live sentencing. This is for a case that I've been following that happened nearby where I live, and the case is getting resolved. The guy is getting sentenced. So I want to see the closing of that particular case. And since I've never been in court in the UK, I really want to go. And I have the time off. Nightbot can hold the stream very well. He's very capable. He's already done it multiple times. So I completely trust him to do that. So, and yeah, we're gonna go from there. That's the plan. Sunday there's not gonna be a stream. There might be an extra video. I might work on that tomorrow as well and get ready for Sunday. Try to get all that good stuff done. And yeah, so tomorrow it's gonna be, I think I'm gonna be probably streaming around 9 a.m. EST. We're gonna do a research stream. I've got some cases that I need to look into it for the Discord server, like I said. And then we're gonna go from there. It's gonna be probably for a couple of hours. And yeah, that's the plan. Let me know what you guys think down on the chat. Yeah, not to be too cocky there, night, but I need to go and make dinner soon. So think I'm gonna leave the stream here for today. It's been awesome. I'm really sorry yet again that I've been away for so long today, but I really needed to be present at this doctor appointment, even though I am a little bit upset that could it have been, you know, that meme that people say that this could have been an email, this consult could it have been over Zoom, because that doctor was not it. It was not it. I am not happy. I need to email someone about it, because it was absolutely horrible. I did not like it. I hope I never go back to him again, because yeah, that was not good. Yeah, like literally the appointment took, it was supposed to be at 20 past. I did got in earlier. I got in about like what, 10 past. I was out of there at 15 past. So it was 5 minutes. And a lot of, definitely, absolutely agree. It took us half an hour to get to where the appointment was, because it was in a private clinic. And then it took us half an hour there, half an hour back. That's basically an hour for 5 minute appointment. I'm like, and the thing is, the doctor, I was talking and explained how I was feeling and how was my, because it's about my injury on my foot, because that I had the year before. And then I was explaining, and he kept interrupting me. It's like you would not let me talk, because like I'm trying to explain how I'm feeling and how my foot is feeling and what I do. And he was just like, okay, what about the next thing? I was like, just let me finish talk. and then you will see. But no, which I did not like him. He did try to make small talk with me, but I did not like his style, so I did not give him small talk, because you guys know I can talk for England. I've been talking for a while now, saying like, oh, I'm gonna go, but I carry on talking. No, I did miss you. It was weird. I hate being away from the stream, but I don't know why. Life gets so busy sometimes, and it's crazy. So I am hoping now that things quiet down a little bit more and just get back to normal, and I can just do my streams and we can carry on covering trials, because that's what we're here for, and talking about true crime and talking about food, because that's something else we do in this channel, is we talk about food. Our conversations always ends in food. So that is the good thing. But talking about food, Nightbot needs to go cook dinner. I need to go eat the dinner that Nightbot is gonna cook. I don't know what he's gonna cook yet. That will be a surprise, I guess. And then I am gonna do some preparation for tomorrow's stream. I need to create a thumbnail, try to come up with a thumbnail for tomorrow, and yeah. So I'm gonna leave this stream. Oh, I am hungry too, Paula. I think we all need to go eat lunch, dinner, and yeah. So I'm gonna leave the stream here. Thank you everyone for yet again for all the likes, all the support, all the time that you spent watching the trial here with us. I couldn't do this without you, definitely not, and I really appreciate that you decided to spend the time with us here. We will be back tomorrow 9 a.m. as always. Have a good afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are. And if you are watching this on rewatch, thank you very much. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you tomorrow, everyone, at 10:04, and goodbye.